for a home final against the Eastern Cape Inyati, a repeat of the T20 final earlier this year, which did take place in Bloemfontein, and the Iinyathi Knights coming out on tops by 13 runs. Our umpires out in the middle. First in charge is Karen Claster, the local lass here from Kimberley, and Mr. Mtokazizi Shezi joins her out in the middle. It is the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Roux that'll face up for the first delivery. Spent his formative years in Bloemfontein, knows these players very well. Alumni of Queen's College in the Eastern Cape, Nathan Roux. He'll take strike for the first ball. Cloudy conditions in Kimberley. Lots of rain about in the Free State and Northern Cape over the last couple of days. Good enough start by Langa with the ball in hand. He's been good throughout this one-day cap. I'm joined in commentary by a man who knows this venue like the palm of his hand, Eugene Jacobs. Good morning, Eugene.
Good morning, Spoot, and thank you and welcome to Kimberley. And as you mentioned, a final with a twist, but I'm sure for most of the lads from the Flexbrands Knights, they will know these conditions very well.
Squirting off the outside edge of Roux's bat. He likes to advance. Playing on the walk against the seamers, does Nathan Roux. He favours that mid-wicket area heavily. The first run is a single down to third man. Interesting to see Eugene. The Knights got Jock Snyman in at first slip. Got a short fine leg, which would have suggested he's going to bowl outside off stump, but now they've got a deep backward square. Third man out as well.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Knights won the toss and decided to bowl first, they need to take full control of this first session of play. And obviously would like to use the overhead conditions. And as you mentioned, the short third man being in means that he'll be bowling mainly outside the off stump, although we opened up Nathan Roux quite nicely with that second ball.
Luke Sizani, thickest outside edge. Down to third man once more. Couple of singles to open proceedings. No harm done yet. Sitimbihle Langa has been very good for the Knights. He knows his role. And he's bowling very straight. He's attacking those stumps as Langa.
Yeah, he's going to bowl wicket to wicket in these conditions. And once again, opens Nathan Roux slightly, and it seems as if there is a bit of movement. And as you mentioned, Spoot, he knows his role very well, and he will stick to that religiously throughout his spell.
Langa to Roux. Oh, beautifully played by Nathan Roux. It's going to run away to the boundary. Beautiful timing. What a way to finish the first over for the Inyati captain.
Great shot by Nathan Roux. Literally just got into position, threw his hands at it, and a lovely cover drive straight down the ground for 4 to end the first over. And Inyati, Eastern Cape, is on 6 without loss. But I see the third umpire, Mr. Killian, already bringing out a top for Chesy, so it could look like it could be a bit cool on the field.
Yeah, the weather changed considerably in the last hour and a half. On the drive from Bloemfontein to Kimberley, it looked like a beautiful day early morning. There has been a lot of weather around in the Free State and Northern Cape area. A lot of rain last night as well here in Kimberley.
No, quite a bit of rain around, and then also we had our Currie Cup champions playing the Bulldogs yesterday in torrential rain.
Now, for those viewers that don't know, Griquas, the defending Currie Cup champions in South Africa, as Tiaan van Vuren joins the attack, starts with a juicy half volley, taken care of by Sizani, and a positive start for the Inyati.
Very positive start, full outside the off stump, and Sizani just letting his hands go and square driving that one for a lovely four to get him moving for his first boundary of the morning. Tiaan van Vuren wouldn't be happy with that little loosener of his.
2-4 once more, repeated. Looks like a replay. Fantastic stuff by Sizani. A little less good from Tiaan van Vuren.
Overpitched and literally just allowed him to free his hands. And as you said, put literally a carbon copy of the previous shot. Lovely shot for four.
Already a change of angle from Tiaan van Vuren, going left arm around the wickets to Sizani. Still wide outside the off stump. Scampered single to short fine leg. It's one of those fielding positions in cricket. It sometimes baffles the mind, short fine leg. If they're going to take one to you on every occasion, you might as well be back.
Very true, very true.
Obviously, fielding restrictions in the first 10 overs plays a role. I've decided to have third man out on the boundary for Van Vuren, and also a deep backward square. The length that Van Vuren has been operating, the first three deliveries, belies the fact that he's got a deep backward square leg. Nothing's going to go there from half volleys outside the off stump.
Very true.
Nathan Root has a list A average of 41, highest score of 116 not out. Spoke about his formative years in Bloemfontein, where he was a prolific run scorer for the University of the Free State. Played for the South African University side on a couple of occasions. But his love for the Eastern Cape brought him back to the Inyati. That's better. That's much better. Beats Roo on the inside edge, does Van Vuren.
A far better ball now for Van Vuren, just outside the off stump, tailing back in and beat him out on the inside edge of his bat. And I'm sure the captain of the Flexbrands Knights will be much happier with that ball.
Yeah, the start for Van Vuren in that first two deliveries just didn't show enough intent. Just going through the motions. Now he's around the wickets, trying to tuck up Roo. It's neatly played. Too long off where the veteran Dane Pitt does the fielding. No addition to the score. After 2 overs, a good start for the Inyati. They're 15 without loss. We mentioned the final being played here at the Kimberley Oval, a ground that opened in 1973. It's got an official capacity of 11,000 people with all the grass embankments. I'm sure you can fit in 100 or 200 more. It's been good from Langa Eugene. He's stuck to his plan. He's attacking those stumps and is barring one where he gave Roo a hint of length to work with. He's been really good.
Very good. Line and length been immaculate, and I think for a coach, that's all you want from your bowler. He knows his role, he understands his role he's got to play in the team, and if he sticks to that, then he'll always be in control. Yeah, just coming back to the oval, Sput started out initially as the headquarters of the De Beers Rugby Club, and later on purchased by the Cricket Union. In fact, got it as a donation from De Beers and changed it from a rugby stadium into a cricket stadium. And
Sizani on the move. That's a top nut. Top nut from Sitembile Langa.
It's a great ball. Saw him coming, just dropped it slightly shorter and beat him outside his off stump. Yeah, the venue also hosted many internationals, including the Cricket World Cup of 2003, 2 under-19 World Cups, the Indian Premier League. So yeah, there's been a lot of cricket played here.
Good fielding done by Rowan Horsbrook. He's a live wire in the field as Horsbrook. He's such a versatile player. Has donned the gloves on a few occasions in the absence of Gian Kluter, or Gian Kluter rather. Another local man.
Yeah, Newton born, Newton raised from Newton Primary School, went on to Northern Cape High School. He's got the number 10 on the back. He was a very accomplished fly-off in rugby. And I remember when he got to grade 10, I had to go and have the hard conversations with the Kluter household to convince him that his rugby days are over. And that was a tough day in the life of Gian Kluter.
Lihle Sizani on strike right now. Scored the 12th most runs in the one-day cap this season in Division 2. 248 runs at an average of 35.4. A little bit of tail back in.
Yeah, very clearly. Again, straight attacking the wickets, line and length, tailed into the right-hander. A nice neat over from Langa.
None of the Eastern Cape Inyati batters feature in the top 10 of the run-making charts in this Division 2 one-day cap. Jacques Snyman, opening batter of the Knights. He's made 343 runs in 7 matches. He's lying 4th. And the 19-year-old Ruben Maria has made the 8th most runs at 273 runs. Played a couple of match-winning knocks at Ruben Maria.
Very crucial to the batting lineup of the Flexbrands Knights. Very talented right-hander and has got a lot of potential.
Hasn't found his timing, barring that one beautiful straight drive, has Nathan Root. Slightly early on this occasion. Maria's come in leaps and bounds in the last year or so. Never formed part of the South African under-19 setup, which was a surprise at that time. Made a lot of runs for Great College.
A very big surprise that he wasn't in the running there, because, I mean, he was dominant in schoolboy cricket.
Van Vuren to Root. I like that. I like that length from Tiaan van Vuren. Asking the batter to make a decision.
Yeah, he's literally forcing the batsman to play at that one. And I think he's now more or less got his line and length sorted out. And I think he'll start being challenging outside that off stump for Nathan Root.
South African A player, Tiaan van Vuren, highly rated. That one comes back at Root, neatly defended. Sitembile Langa opening the bowling with Van Vuren, has taken 16 wickets in this campaign. Nico van Sail, the opening bowler from the Inyati, leading that wicket-taking chart with 17.
Yeah, so it's a good dice-up between the two opening bowlers for the final.
Much better. much better in this fourth over as Tiaan van Vuren. Product of Grey High School in Port Elizabeth. The last couple of seasons. Must feel like a dream to Tiaan van Vuren. Picked up 5 wickets for South Africa against India. Made an 80-odd in that same series. Out! Gets him on his strong point, Nathan Root. Straight at mid-wicket. And it's Isaac Dikhali that holds on to a good catch. Tiaan van Vuren with the first blow.
Ball just tailing into Nathan Root, and he tries to flick it off his pads, but unfortunately straight to Isaac Dikhali, who's standing at the short mid-wicket position, and a very sharp catch for the first wicket for the Flexbrands Knights.
He has scored thousands of runs from his pads, Nathan Root. That is where he wanted it. And he gives it away. Gone for 5, the Inyati captain. And a very positive start, turning in to an FE1 for the Inyati.
Yeah, I'm sure that if ever you wanted Nathan Root to get going, you would have wanted it into his pads. And unfortunately for him this morning, he just picked out Isaac Dikhali.
Plenty of space to the right of Dikhali. Rytman, another man having a fantastic time of it in his young career. Walks to the crease at number 3. The third domestic final of the season for the Flexbrands Knights. They've already secured that promotion, going back to Division 1 cricket in South Africa for 2 seasons, guaranteed. Big shot, decision to be made. Decision was made, drifting down the leg side, maybe.
A big shout for LBW from Vuren.
They were pleading, Eugene. They were pleading. Gian Kluter behind the stumps didn't go down the leg side as we often see. But I think there was enough doubt. There was a lot of angle on that delivery.
Yeah, we have to give the benefit of the doubt. From where we're sitting, it looked like an extremely good appeal. But we have to give umpire Shezi, he's much closer to the action. But a great over by Tiaan van Vuren.
Langa continues chance past the sprawling Jacques Snyman, and it's pulled back on the boundary. Is that Mbongi Mhlanga on the third man boundary?
It's definitely Umshlango on the third man boundary. Great fielding, but a very, very sharp chance just past the diving Jacques Snyman.
I'd like to have that video clipped and send it to Mbongi Mhlanga tonight. I never fielded like that when I coached him at the University of the Free State.
It must just mean that his coach is bringing the best out of him, Coach Put.
Goes down off the outside edge of Sizani's bat to the self-same Mbongi Mhlanga. Another man who's he's a big boy, Rytman, powerful striker.
Yeah, very big unit. and he can hit the ball very, very hard. He had a good knock here in their game against the Northern Cape Heat.
Neatly played. Tickled around the corner. It's a couple added to the scoreboard. Cole Abrams, the man with a little juggle in the outfield.
Yeah, which made the second one more comfortable. And I'm sure those are the small little things that Coach JP wouldn't want to see.
Langa to Rytman. Powerfully struck, well fielded by Dan Pitt.
Some good fielding from the captain of the Flexbrands Knights. Just coming back to the treble, I think in the history of the game there were only two, the Titans and the Mighty Mean Machine.
Those were the days. Flicked over mid-wicket. Good strike from Rytman. Races to the boundary. Spoke about his power, and he gets himself going.
Yeah, into the pads by Langa, and I must say that Langa himself disgusted with that ball. Very easy to flick it off his pads and race to the boundary for 4.
It's interesting to note where Rytman takes guard. He's almost outside of leg stump when he originally takes guard.
Comes across it to get into position. The end of the 5th over for the Flexbrands Knights and the Eastern Cape Inyati are 24 for 1.
Honours even, you have to say, after 5 overs. It was 15 for nothing after 2. Knights have struck back with Tiaan van Vuren claiming the wicket of Inyati captain Nathan Root. Left arm around, goes Van Vuren. To full once more. That's good fielding by Cole Abrams. But he has a juggle once more.
That just allows the batsman to go through for that single. He didn't actually know where that ball was behind him, and it allowed them to run through for a single. Cole Abrams, also one of the host of players that have passed this way in their cricketing careers, with Gian Kluter, Shark Snyman, Cole, Rohan Haasbroek, all having a turn at the Northern Cape Heat.
Top shot. Fantastic cricket shot from Rytman. Tiaan van Vuren can do absolutely nothing but walk back and nod.
Yeah, there is sometimes that the bowler's got to do that. That is an absolutely top shot. Got into position and just hit it straight back past the bowler for a fantastic 4.
Like a bullet from a young Rytman when he strikes it. He's all smiles. Perhaps a couple of words from the senior statesman, Jacques Snyman, at short extra cover. Aerial goes square. Out to Ruben Maria on the deep square leg boundary. One of the 3 or 4 wicket keepers in this Knights or Flexbrands Knights outfit. We've got Gian behind the stumps. Rohan Haasbroek can wear the gloves. So can Ruben Maria. To a bolt.
Yeah, much better now from Tiaan van Vuren. That ball much more control with line and length, and just played out very calmly into the covers.
Run rate of 5.6 runs to the over currently achieved. 5.3 rather. Inside half of the bat. Outfield, generally good. Couple of bare patches on the outer edges of it. It's always been a high scoring ground throughout the history of the game. Played at the Kimberley Oval. But like many South African grounds, the wickets are getting older, slightly slower. So it's about figuring out a par score here for the Inyati. Eugene, what we've seen quickly in the first 6 overs, it's as much about your length on this track. You cannot err too full because it comes onto the bat. You will get driven, you will get flicked. So you've got to drag that length back ever so slightly.
Very, very important. And you were talking about the high-scoring game over the years. Many great cricketers had to run in on flat tracks with the sun beating down and get knocked back for about 320 odds, and always having to go and chase. And in most cases, teams used to chase them down. And the tracks have changed, but they definitely have to sort out their line and lengths because of the wicket that have changed so drastically over the years.
Width on offer, Cezani misses out. Now there's 2 generations of fast bowlers who's got serious back issues currently. That is the men that bowled in Kimberley and Potchefstroom in the early 2000s. Those were some belter batting wickets. Big scores made. Outside half, not for the first time today. And Schlanga does the fielding at third man.
And all your fielding drills are now coming to play. Sput is
He's a late maturer, I see. He's taken in all the advice of his younger years, and now it's coming to the party. Oh, he's a fantastic character, Mbonge Mhlanga. He's a hard worker. Plays cricket, has a job as well.
That's great to hear. That is extremely great to hear because, you know, cricket can't always serve you. Ooh,
Nut from Sitembile Langa. See, good carry to the wicketkeeper. Kluter. What a season Kluter's had. Not just behind the stumps, but with Willow in hand as well. One of those guys that'll really be looking forward to playing Div 1 cricket again. He's made runs at the highest level. He's played for the Proteas as well. Over the top of short extra cover. Racing away to the boundary. Rytman gets himself going. He's 15 off 9.
Yeah, he's a big lad and he just lifted that over the short cover. And because he's so strong, races down to the boundary. Yeah, coming back to the promotion relegation, I think Cricket South Africa at least got it right this time for the team to stay there for 2 years. And I must say respect to guys like Tiaan Kluter, Jacques Snyman, and the guys who stayed with the Knights in order to get them up there. And I'm sure Coach JP will reward them and make sure that they get looked after in the next season.
That's good fielding by Mhlanga on the third man boundary. Yeah, it's an interesting topic, Eugene Jacobs, because where do you go now as a union, as a franchise. You've gotten your promotion back to Division 1 where you feel you belong. How many of these squad members do you back in your contracting? That's the big issue, the big question. Who else do you bring in? And the harsh reality, who do you let go to bring those people in?
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in, and a very, very awkward. I call it a silly season because the players are running around now and trying to check where they could get their best deals. But I think the most important point is loyalty to the union. And there are some of these night players that could have gone most probably to go and play in the Div 1 division, and they stayed. Because the shortcoming for the promotion relegation is the fact that once your team gets relegated, the players who actually got you relegated, they leave. And then you sit with your crop, and they bring them back, and now the first phone call you get is the guy coming back and saying, listen, I'm available back in after I just left you.
Rytman facing up to Tiaan van Vuren. Definite movement back in at Rytman for Tiaan van Vuren. Yeah, it's an age-old debate. It's not a new debate. The Tuskers will be moving down to Division 2 cricket. There'll be a few nervous men waiting for calls from other Division 1 sides in that Tuskers contracted pool. Around the wicket, Tiaan van Vuren. Oh, what a delivery. Good lift, but nicely handled in the end by Rytman. Malusi Siboto, one of those stalwarts in South African domestic cricket, who does the fielding at the third man boundary.
The evergreen Malusi Siboto.
Yeah, it feels like he's been around forever. He's been a good servant to Knights cricket, also to the Titans. But he's made an impact wherever he's been, Malusi Siboto. What a nice gentleman as well. Chance. No, it squirts off the outside half of the bat to Siboto. And then you also have to ask the question about the youngsters, Eugene. Div 2 is such a great breeding ground for young players. But a player like Ruben Maria, does the Knights now hold on to him? Do they give him a contract? He's proved he deserves one. Is he ready for Div 1 cricket? You know, those are the questions that nobody knows the answers to. Good. Very good from Vian Rytman. Not just power, but brains as well.
A very good sharp single. Now coming back to Ruben Maria, again from my perspective, and I don't like to put some strong points on it, but first of all, coming from the Free State, coming out of there, and I think his potential is shown enough that he would most probably be able to play in Div 1 cricket. So on that alone, you can offer him a contract, and hopefully he can bat around some good seasoned batters.
I like this from Tiaan van Vuren and what I've seen in this over. A couple of balls where he's really bent his back, showing that there's some assistance in the wicket if you do that. Mr. Shazy calling the one for the over.
One for the over, but you can again see there was a bit of an effort ball, which is great. It's just pushing the batsman back onto the back foot, where they just can't lean and walk into him.
Beautifully played. Dan Pitt shows he's still got surprisingly good speed to the mark.
Yeah, some good fielding by Dane Pitt, but very comfortable in the field. The captain of the Flexbrands.
Too much one-day cap cricket. You saw Dan Pitt just chucking the ball there to Mr. Shazy. They do, of course, play with 2 white Kookaburra cricket balls, 1 from each end. And then after over 34, a decision needs to be made about which ball do they carry on with. Oh, third man's been a busy area off the bowling of Langa.
A very, very busy area and a real flash outside the off stump from Suzani.
I really like the rule change and how the balls are used, because in the past it was 2 white balls for 50 overs, 25 overs from each end. But now the fielding side has to make a conscious decision of how do they look after these balls. What do they want? Do they want a soft ball after 34? Or do they want a ball that still moves around a bit or is able to? That's very good. That's very good from Mhlanga. He's a left-handed thrower, so he had to move around the ball, and he did so at pace.
And didn't allow the batsman to come back for 2, so that's great fielding by Mhlanga. Yes, I also enjoy that rule sput about the 2 balls, because it's, it adds a bit of strategy into the game, and also to see how you're going to navigate your last 15 overs, which has become an important part of the game.
Langa is into his 5th over, none for 23. Both batters on 19. Suzani's faced 25 deliveries. Rytman only 14, and he's looked the part since he's come to the crease. Put the Knights bowling under pressure.
Yeah, and just seems as if he's in so much control of the space while he's batting. And besides being a big lad, he occupies, he has a bit of an aura about him.
Good length. Very good length from Langa on that occasion. Jacques Snyman, then picture, former Protea in T20 cricket. Will be going to England mid-April, as he's been doing for quite a few seasons. Flights might cost a little extra in the current geopolitical circumstances of the world.
Very correct there, very correct there.
I think over the last couple of overs, the Knights have sort of started to understand the lengths they need to bowl on this wicket. Back of a length has been much more successful than up to the bat. We've seen no prodigious swing, even with some cloudy conditions overhead. Beautiful. Beautiful. We spoke about that length. He errs on the full side once again. It looks like the kind of wicket that if you're going to err short. Because everything that's been over pitch has been taken care of.
Yeah, just coming back to your point about them sorting out the lengths, and then Langa goes and he bowls a fuller ball. That Suzani just literally strokes straight back past him for a 4, and I'm sure you wouldn't be very happy with that.
Yeah, but that's just the commentator's curse, Eugene. Saying they found the length and then they'll go prove the next delivery they haven't.
And I'm sure that's why you became a commentator, not a coach.
Can't do it
you
anymore.
Yeah,
no, I can't do it anymore.
Because you'd be having more grey hairs than what you already have.
There's no worse position in sport, in my mind, than being a coach. Because you see it, you want to change it, but you can do absolutely nothing about it. Top shot. Top cricket shot. Over extra cover. He's a man on the move, is Vian Rytman.
Just an again in length, too full, frees up his hands and plays an absolute delightful shot over cover for 4. Rytman is flying.
Great shot. Good fielding. Oh, he's striking them so sweetly, Jan Rytman.
Yeah, and very, very clean. And in this first spell of 9 overs, the most productive fielder on this cricket field is Mbangi Mushlangu Sput.
Yeah, he's been the target of that white kookaburras. Score's just frozen on screen. It is in fact 52 for the loss of 1. Sizani 24, Rytman 23. Partnership already 37. They're going at 5.5 to the over. Oh, bowls him, cleans him up, does Tiaan van Vuren. And the Flexbrands Knights pick up the second wicket with Lihle Sizani, the man losing his. He's gone for 23.
Very late on that shot, Sizani, trying his best to just defend it as it was coming in, but through the gap, clean bowled, and a fast bowler's dream to see the middle stump going flying, and it's the end of Lihle Sizani. The Flexbrand Knights now 52, they have 2 wickets with Eastern Cape Inyati 52 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, that. A partnership that needed to be broken. And Tiaan van Vuren has now picked up a couple of wickets in his opening spell, keeping the Knights in it.
Yeah, that's his second over in his second wicket in his 5th over. The new batsman for the Eastern Cape Inyati is Jason Niemand.
Yeah, it's almost time for a change in commentary. Myself and Eugene Jacobs can go take a leisurely stroll around the Kimberley Oval. Although, truth be told, yesterday at Live Golf in Johannesburg, I had my fair share of walking, following around the crowd favourite, Dean Burmester. What a
an
show
experience.
he gave. Incredible, Eugene. Very late decision to go. Myself and Ruben Maria's father, who's playing in this final, his father Gerard, went and walked with Dean Burmester and John Rahm. Incredible atmosphere.
Oh, that's a lifetime experience, Put.
I'll tell you what, the way those spectators are formed around the holes, I would hit so many of them. Won't even be funny. He attacks the stump. Once more does Van Vuren. Jason Niemand, also a man with a very good season on the go. The season comes to an end today for these players in domestic cricket. Quite a few of them will go overseas and play some club cricket. But for others, it's a time to rest those weary bodies. Last ball of the 10th over. Van Vuren to Niemand. Worked off his hip, straight at mid-wicket, where Maria does the fielding. At the end of 10 overs, it's time for a commentary change as Anthony Mabuya and Peter Sefuti would take over from me and Eugene.
Thank you, Sput and Eugene. Welcome to Sipo, old friend of mine. Played a lot of cricket against him. In the olden days, Griquas against Free State, as it was called then. Morning, Sips.
How are you? And it's great to be back in Kimberley. Now Kimberley over.
Langa to Vian. That one just back of a length, punches it back to Moran, where there's Siboto showing off his soccer skills there, as you can see on the screen. Yeah, good to have you back in Kimberley, Sips. It's been what, 15 years? Last time I saw you?
It's been 15 plus, eh?
It's been a long time. Good to see you back in Kimberley, my brother.
Yes.
Langa in to Vian. That one is murdered over the mid-wicket boundary. Absolutely muddled for a maximum.
That's a beautiful shot.
I think Vian has just decided that he needs to put on the foot on the pedal a little bit here. Sibs, you heard earlier on the commentator speaking about the lens on this wicket. Today I think it's going to be a challenge of the bowlers to who will be able to put as many balls in the right areas. Once you're too full or too short, you get punished.
Yeah, I think today is about that line and length that you got to bowl as a bowler, because it has shown that a couple of guys, when they get it right, especially when you look at Langa, the previous ball that he was hit for 6, it was a bit short, and Vian was on top of it straight away. I mean, you don't want to bowl there when you're a bowler, especially in a wicket like this. In the final, most of all, you know, it gives the batsman. Shot again by Langa. One to fine leg by Rytman. Vian.
See a slight change of field placing. I see Jacques Neyman quietly just drifting into sort of like first, in between first and second slip. Looks like a second slip, just right in front of us here. As Langa comes in to Jason Newman. Not sure if there's any bet on that. Just have a look at the umpire. I think that's just brushing the thigh pad there. Umpire Karen just signaling the leg by. Not even the keeper was interested in the appeal. It obviously shown that it was just the ball brushing the thigh pad there. Langa has to be very careful. Vian is on the move. That one lost straighter. I've been looking at the Flexbrands Knights bowling, especially Langa. He's been bowling a lot straighter. I don't know if you guys watched earlier on. CSA was scoring a lot of straight shots against Langa because of the lens and the lines that Langa was bowling to him, a lot straighter to him, and he has continued bowling those kind of lines to Vian. It's just in the previous over that he decided to bowl two of the short balls, which were punished. One was gone for 6, and one he just rolled the wrist and rolled it to fine leg. But generally his lines are being nice and straight, wicket to wicket.
About Jan van Vuren is continuing. Yes, and I think Langa changed his line a bit in the previous over. But he bowled quite well the first 4 overs. One would want to understand why it made him change a line a bit. Maybe it's a tactical change.
Sometimes these players, you don't understand what goes on in their minds. They find the lens, they find everything that's working for them, and all of a sudden they try and change something. Van Vieren in, that one just punched back to mirror covers. You know, it's an olden thingy where we used to say, if it's not broken, you don't change it. But with these new players, they tend to change things as they go along. I'm not sure if it's a coaching theory that you cannot be bowling the same ball over and over, or is it just the player that decides that this length is not working for me, then all of a sudden they try and change length in between the over. Van Vieren in to Jason. But a bit of a short ball. I'm not sure if Jason picked up that one, just hitting the bat low on the handle as he tried to pull that one. I see just after that shot, they had a deep square. All of a sudden, after that shot, that deep square comes in, drifts into a sort of like a mid wicket. Not sure if that feels suggests that we are not interested in a short ball. We'd rather just keep it up. Maybe force the guys to play a lot straighter. You can see the skipper, Dean Pate, also positioned a lot straighter now. That one is short, pulled. Langa's going to do the fielding on the boundary. Fortunately, cannot stop the batters from coming back for 2.
Well, as you say, and you look at this guys, I mean, the question would be, do we bowl short balls because these guys can't play short balls? So let's try and do that as we see the field change again. For Van Vieren, deep square is in, is out. Fine leg, third man. Obviously the idea will be to bowl more short balls. Van Vieren. That's good length. After taking that man out at deep square.
Yes, Jason did not look comfortable on that pull shot. I think that's the reason why they decided to keep deep square in now, to employ deep square in, and then the next ball he pushes it up, comes in onto the front foot, punches it to Dean Pate at mid-off, no runs taken. Van Vieren in again to Jason Niemand. He'll have to ball that one over again as the umpire signals wide. It tends to happen that you see Tian bowling around the wicket to Jason. As a left armer, if you miss your line, usually what happens, the ball just drops onto the leg side. So you have to be immaculate in your lines when you're coming around the wicket as a left armer.
Yes, you need to be very accurate wicket to wicket. Van Vieren to Niemand. Played backward point for 1. Picked up by the veteran, Mr. Siboto himself. He's back in the side. He was out last game against the Rhinos. He had a bit of an eagle, and coach JP decided to rest him to be back for this final.
That brings the end of the 12th over. The Inyati sitting on 64 for 2 after 12 overs. Speaking about the veteran, I think the captain has seen enough. He's decided that now Siboto will replace Langa from the country club end.
I think he has been one of the key bowlers for the Flexbrands Knights. Malusi Siboto, always the Knights when they needed to break a partnership or needed something different in the field, they would bring him up, and then his field. Oh, good ball, first ball. He's got a sweeper out. He's got a deep square out. Fine leg and a third man for Malusi Siboto. A lot of protection at the boundaries.
The kind of bowler that Siboto is, you'll find that he'll generally just hit that area and force the batter to play the kind of shots that forceful shots on the front foot. It's not a bowler that will bowl too many bouncers. He's just a general bowler that comes in, runs in, hits his areas all the time. He's very skillful. 1 or 2 odd slow balls, cutters.
Yes, as Poot said, he's one of those bowlers that really gave it all for the Titans and for the Knights. Malusi Siboto, his experience has shown this season. Another good ball by Malusi Siboto.
Yeah, Sput and Eugene spoke about the wicket earlier on. I think this kind of wicket that we are playing on today is the one that you really need to bend your back for you to be able to get something out of the wicket. If you come and you just drift the ball in there, you're gonna get punished.
Oh,
as you can see, as I just mentioned, you need to really bend your back for you to be able to get something out of the wicket. That one you could see Siboto really bending his back a little bit there, just nipping it away from Jason, who plays and he misses. Gave him a bit of width. Jason missed out on that one day.
That's a beautiful bowling by Siboto again. I think Dane Pitt will be very pleased with that because of the change that he just made now with Malusi coming in earlier today. And again, good ball by Siboto. I think he's one of the bowlers that you can really rely on, Malusi. Whenever he's in your side, you can really put him there and say, do the job for me, and he will do exactly what you ask him to do, even extra with his experience.
Yeah, Siboto is one of those that if you use him well in the middle overs, you'll get the best out of him. Oh, that one is chipped to the leg side where Langa chases. As you can see, the batter not showing that one just stuck into the wicket a little bit. Maybe that's the reason why he got underneath it and he sort of like chipped it into sort of like over mid-wicket's head, because that one didn't really come onto the bat.
I think that was a slower ball by Malusi.
Brings the end of the 13th over. Inyati sitting on 66 for 2 for 13 overs, going at a run rate of 5.1. Looks like we're going to have another bowling change from the commentary's end.
It's Mbongi Mhlanga, left arm spinner. He had one of the great seasons this season. One of the other bowlers that really helped the Knights to be where they are today in the finals of this CSA 50 over one-day cup. Mbongi Mhlanga.
For the first time today, Sips, I see the sun trying to force his way through the thick clouds here overhead. Getting a little bit of the sun coming out. Flanga in. Starts with a half volley, juicy half volley, which is passed to Deempade at sort of like a straight mid-wicket. No runs.
That one is a bit short. Fortunately for him to point. Rytman couldn't get it away. He has a problem of dropping the shoulder too quickly, Mbongi, and ball is short. So well bowled young man. That will be double. Then Pitt does the fielding, and there's 2 runs to Rytman.
Bongi has, as a left arm orthodox bowler, has got long off, long on, sweeper out, and a deep backward square. And one in, a lot of straighter onto the pads, which is punched to long off, where fielder does, the field cleans up. With this field shift, it suggests that he's going to keep the ball nice and straight.
Yes, we ought to see. I think he takes a bit of time to warm up, and once he gets his lines right and length, it's a bit difficult to play. Against the Rhinos, he opened the bowling with a new ball, of which is not a very bad idea at times in the 50 overs. That's a better ball. That's a better ball. When you're in left armour, you want to see the batsman playing that. Drops the long on again. Bongi. That's a better ball again. That's the end of the 18th over. Of the 14th over. Excuse me. And 5 runs offered. It's a bottle to continue from the country club end to Jason Iinyathi. The beautiful skies now, the sun coming out in the Kimberley Oval. The score at 70-2 after 14 overs, the Eastern Cape Inyatis. Oh, that's the outside edge. Tom Flanga was picking up 1 to Iinyathi. And I would say this is a beautiful pitch to bat on. I mean, if you're a batsman, you would really like to take your time and get big runs in this wicket.
Yeah, it's that kind of wicket where once you're in and cashing, slight change, supporter taking his time just to make sure that he's happy with his field. The moment he's got the deep point, third man, fine leg coming up into the ring, and sort of like a deep square and a cow corner. Not sure what you can make out of this field placing. Siboto in, not straight, played out to Jacques Snyman, who cleans out. Cover, no run. Score does not move. It stays on 71 for 2, 40 busy with the 15th over. I'm not sure if you can make out what kind of lines or what the plan is with this kind of field. Sibs?
Well, I think if I'm right, they're trying to cut those boundaries on the leg side because they've seen Rytman has played very good shots, does a good ball. Sibota, dot ball. I think, as I was saying, Rytman played more of his runs on the leg side and on the offside. So they're trying to cover those boundaries so that they minimize his scoring chances to say, no, let us see what he does if he doesn't score outside the circle. Because now as a batsman, you have to rethink your game. You have to think again that where am I going to get runs? With the Knights, what they did is that they would take a lot of ones. of which with the Eastern Cape Inyatis now Rytman and Jason Neiman doesn't look to say, no, let's take ones inside the circle where the space is. For me, that would be one of the key differences between the two teams, where the Knights can take singles, 10 singles into twos. Another dot ball to men on the circle, on the leg side, fine leg area. We would say 45.
Yeah, I think Sibota is very, very lucky there. Straying in his lines, coming too straight. Rytman getting the bat to it, and he plays it straight to the short third man. Anything to his left or right, that's a boundary. That's why I'm saying Sibota is very, very lucky there.
Yes, to the short fine leg. It's Tian van Vuren who's standing there. That's another good over from Sibota. One run coming out of it.
Yeah, Sips, I think with that field, they're sort of like forcing the batters to look to play straight down the ground because they've covered the square boundaries. So with a fine leg up, so they are forcing the batter to really look to play straight out of the ground. With the lens that Sibota is hitting, becomes a little bit difficult for you to be able to be hitting over the top, or sort of like hitting straight down the ground.
Absolutely, and absolutely. We'll see what Mbongi will do this over. It's been a great season for the Flexbrands Knights. I mean, they're into their treble hunting, if I may put it that way. I would say that's better. One to meet on by Jason Neiman. And if you check for Rytman V and Rytman, the long on always drops back to the boundary. That's a better ball, young man. That's a better ball by Mbongi Mhlanga. Dot straight to mid-wicket. Dane Pitt, the captain of the Knights for the day. Anthony, I mean, you played a lot of cricket. You would know that if players play like this, especially batsmen, you wouldn't worry with those ones. It's okay for them to play as long as they don't get boundaries, especially against your spin bowler.
I think that's what the captain is trying to do now, limit those boundaries in the middle overs and sort of like, maintain and make sure that you're bringing back that run rate. Earlier on, they were betting at 5 runs and over, 5.1. They brought it nicely back to 4.6. This is the period of the game where you want to control this period, where you want the batters now later in the middle overs to be looking to force, and that's where you look to get the wickets.
Yes, it's like that. That's another dot ball from Mbongi Mhlanga. 2 runs of that, and that takes us to drinks. 16 overs gone, 73 for 2. The Eastern Cape Inyati, Vian Rytman 35, Jason Neiman on 8, and 2 wickets down is the captain Nathan Drew and Lihle Sizani that are out. In this one-day 50 over cup, the Knights against the Eastern Cape Inyatis will be back after drinks. Well, coming back after drinks at the Kimberley Oval, Eastern Cape Inyatis, Vian Roosteren 35 of 33 balls, and Jason Neiman 8 of 21 balls. Out is Lihle Sizani at 23, and then Nathan Drew 5. And Malusi Siboto will continue from the country club end for the night. We'll come back after drinks. It will be interesting to see what is the game plan from the Eastern Cape Inyatis batsmen. This partnership is now 21 runs between Vian Roosteren and Jason Neiman. Another dot ball by Malusi Siboto. Well, Anthony, this wicket doesn't look to move much, or is it just my observation?
Yeah, I see we're playing on the wicket number 4, counting from where we're sitting. From our left to right is wicket number 4. Generally, that's the wicket. In Kimberley, we'll give you something in the morning after an hour, and then all of a sudden, that little movement that we saw this morning will sort of like disappear. That one is driven when Langa does the fielding. Good fielding there. I think Siboto will be happy that Langa did throw his body around. Because that one he missed his length, came a bit full. Vian drove it hard to mid-on where Langa did the fielding. Vian is a big boy. He hits it hard and he hits it clean. Sibota into Vian. Again, full and straight, where sort of like Vian fell over, plays it to mid-wicket, no run. As mentioned earlier on, I think the captain has got his spot on, where he covers the square boundaries. Now, Vian needs to look to score a lot straighter, which becomes a bit difficult against the keen, skillful Siboto that will keep hitting that length where you sort of like struggle to score straight. So he forces you to look to score square of the wicket. Yeah, definitely I think that's the plan. As you can see, bowling dead straight, force him to play straight back past the bowler. But what makes it difficult is that length that Siboto is going to be hitting.
Yes, as we said, Anthony, Siboto is very difficult to play against him and try to play him on the square, because once you miss and he hits the pads, it's a 50-50 chance of you getting the LBW out. Very, very dangerous bowler, Siboto, using his experience at this level. That has great impact for the Knights in this competition and all competitions they played. Oh, the umpire doesn't move. Let's have a look at that again. From where we are, the Knights players really think that's a nick. It really seems like it's an inside edge. And the Knights players are very disappointed with the umpire for not giving that one, Anthony.
I think there's a great decision from the little Karen there. That one, Siboto showing off that he can actually not just take the ball away from the batter. That one nut back in, cut him in half, where Kluter they had to dive to his left. I think there's a great decision from the umpire. Siboto comes in straight, nudged in to where Langa does the fielding. Brings the end of the over, very eventful over.
Yes, that's the end of the 17th over. 74 for 2, very eventful over. Let's have a look there again. That ball nipped back.
It's just a beautiful ball from Sibota. That one nipped back, cut Vian in half, and Kluter cleaning up at the back. Mbongi Mhlanga to continue from the commentary end, where he will continue bowling nice and straight into the pads, forcing the batter to play back past the bowler. I think that's the plan in the middle overs. Langa in. Yes. Plays it down straight to long off. Fielder does. The fielder cleans up, throws the ball to the keeper.
So Ruwan Hasbrook there at the long on. I see they brought a short catch on the onside. Jacques Neyman. That's a good ball, young man. You tend to hit that spot where he wants to bowl. Mbongi Mhlanga, Anthony, and when he bowls that ball, it looks perfect. Coming down the wicket, Jason Niemand for 1, too long off.
Sibs, what I'm enjoying now is seeing Dane Pitt not just keeping the same field all the time. He's a captain that plays around with his fields. Now he set Jacques Neyman right next to the batter as Mhlanga comes in. Oh, that one is played now to the right of Jacques Neyman, who's positioned nice and straight next to the non-striker. Now he decides to move to his right a little bit. I think the idea is just to stop that single. Every time the bowler bowls, he plays the ball straight to long on. He's just trying to stop that single so that they can have a look at another area where they can score. As Mhlanga comes in to Jason Niemand. That one squats a little bit on the wicket. Doesn't really come out of the wicket. Where Jason looks to plays on the offside, gets an inside edge, rolls to Langa, who cleans up at short third man. Mhlanga again in. That one is a big sweep out to deep square. Only a single is taken, brings the end of the 18th over. Yeah, Sibs, just speaking about the umpire earlier on, it's great to see Karen back in Kimberley. Born and bred in Kimberley, Karen. They did the hard yards umpiring, started umpiring in Kimberley, local club league. He did well and decided to move out of Kimberley. I think his family moved out of Kimberley to Western Cape, Oudtshoorn, or somewhere around there.
It's nice to see ladies taking part in these games, Anthony. Giving them an opportunity to stand in these games.
That one is short from Siboto. Played square into the deep behind square, where Jason Niemand manages to score 2. Speaking about those square boundaries, Sibs, I see now Gian Kluter moving the deep square just a little bit behind square. Maybe it's just because of the wicket is not that quick. Big shot from Siboto. Umpire is not interested. And it's only Siboto that was interested in an appeal. All the other fielders were not interested. Even the keeper was not interested.
I think that was a bit high. And Malusi thought he should have had a chance of that. That's one down to deep square. And picked up by Colin Abrams. Cole Abrahams at the deep square fielder. Dian van Vuren up to the circle. They dropped in the cow corner again. The Knights. It's a dot ball. Again by Siboto. They're bringing also the third man up to the circle. Dropping the long on for Siboto. Good length from Siboto. That's a one for Vian Rytman. Langa, a deep on. Third man is dropping back to third man. Ruan dropping back to his fine leg position. Ruan Hasbrook at backward point. That's a one to Cole Abrahams, and that's the over, the 19th over coming to an end. 83 for 2, Eastern Cape Inyati.
Bit of a conversation between the skipper and Siboto. Not sure what's that all about. But it shows that the skipper is a very, very thankful skipper. Does not just allow things to just roll on. Keeps changing his fields, asking bowlers to hit certain areas, and controlling where the ball goes. Correct me, Sibs. I've not seen a boundary in the last 4 or 5 overs.
I think you're correct there. And then Pitt himself, bringing himself in. I've seen that these two bowl together, Mwalusi and Denpi. They've done great for the Flexbrands Knights. And Denpi deciding to bring himself up to bowl. That's a one too long on. Ruan Hasbrook does the pickup. Yes, Anthony, it's been a while now since we've seen the boundary. Yes.
I think in the 50 over game, this is where the captain tries and tries the runs down, brings the run rate down. Then one, Pete, straight, played down to long off. Immediately he brings the slip out. Jacques, he comes position straight next to the batter, just to stop that single. Immediately there's a change in stroke. He plays the reverse sweep where Langa does the fielding. Now is the time where the Inyati will have to look at different scoring options in either taking singles or getting a boundary in between. Now he sweeps, he gets a single, looking for 2, decides to go against it. Great fielding there. on the deep square boundary. Great fielding, good pickup. Dane Pitt comes in again. Oh, but a drift on that ball. Maybe it's brought about by the overhead conditions and a little bit of breeze that we're enjoying here. That one drifted nicely into the batter. Gives him a bit of width, bowls it a little bit quicker than the normal ball. Just drifts.
Well, then Pete has also been useful for the Knights this season. Anthony, one of the bowlers that one could look up to as a captain.
Nice to see a few spectators in here at the Kimberley Oval. What better to do on a Sunday afternoon than watching the CSA Division 2 One Day Cup final? And there's Mbongi and Mhlanga and Dane Pitt operating in tandem for the Knights. It's middle overs time. So it's all about working the ball around, making sure you find those gap sweepers out on the boundaries. There will be the odd bad delivery. The Salt Plaike University cricket team also in attendance here at the ground today. They're making giant strides in sport.
Oh, does that feeling of his own bowling Spoot, Mbongi Mhlanga. That's your player, eh? Spoot.
That's my man. And Bongs. He's a good prospect, Mbongi Mhlanga. Nice and tall.
Oh, that's a better ball.
Yeah, and I like the pace he operates at. Challenges the batter.
Yes, but he's been very, very useful for the Knights this season with the ball. From all the formats of the games, I mean, well, since I've watched him, he bowled very, very well, Mbongi.
He was very good in that T20 campaign.
Oh, that's a good ball. As a left-arm orthodox, you want to see that. When the batsman plays like that, that makes you very happy as a bowler to say, this is what I want to do all the time.
Is that a chance? No, it's short of long off. Not getting to the pitch of it, still going through with a stroke. It was Rytman. He's managed to keep Rytman really quiet.
Well, I think that's the idea of Dane Pitt, to keep Rytman very quiet, because Rytman was starting to look very dangerous from the Eastern Cup, Inyati.
Yeah, it's cut and it's cut well. You can see Mhlanga not happy with himself, dropping that one short. Needs to finish this over off well. Mhlanga has gone for 14 and 3.5 overs. Very economical. He'll be desperate for another dot ball, yeah. That's what he gets. Mbongi Mhlanga finishes the over with a dot. 4 overs have cost him 14. The Inyati 90 for 2. Pito Sefuti is going to take a bit of a break. And joining me now will be once more Eugene Jacobs, the local man. Passing on some refreshments is Eugene Jacobs, so he's always very welcome.
Thank you very much, Put. Yeah, the Flexbrand Knights is now trying to control the game using the two spinners, and where they were averaging at 5.3, 5.4 in the start of the innings, the run rate has now come down to 4.3.
Yeah, it's the experience of Dane Pitt. Conceding only 3 in that first over, but Mhlanga has been really good as well for the Knights. 14 he conceded in his 4. It's a chess game now, Eugene.
Definitely, and
That's a good sweep shot. Very, very neatly played by Jason Niemand. 2 straight from Dan Pitt on this occasion, and Niemand takes complete toll of it.
yeah, really a freebie on his pads, and a beautiful shot. Swept down to third man for 4, which now necessitates a field change.
Squirts it away behind square, does Jason Niemand. He's 23 of 37. He really needed that boundary off Pitt. Too short, too short. Yeah, he'll be disgusted with himself, Jason Niemand. That was a bit of a freebie. Didn't take toll of it at all. That's good. That's very good in the field. Isaac Dikhale covering a lot of ground to his right.
Yeah, definitely saving his team 2 runs there with that shot. Great fielding by Isaac.
Once again, he attracts the white kookaburra as Dikhale. 5 runs off the Pitt over, came from the first 2 deliveries, so finished it off with 4 dots. Jason Niemand, 23 of 40. He'll feel a bit of pressure.
He'll definitely start feeling the pressure, and the wily old fox, with all his experience, Dane Pitt, will be fully aware of that, and will most probably be controlling these middle overs now for the Flexbrand Knights.
95 it is for the loss of 2. CSA Division 2 One Day Cup final of 2026. Can the Knights go all the way and win the treble? Big shot from Rytman. Massive stroke. He's a powerful customer, Vian Rytman. Marginally short from Mhlanga, and he pays the ultimate price.
Eat over the main pavilion, and there's always an issue there with, we have 2 dams at the back of that pavilion, and I hope it didn't land up into the dams, but a massive 6 by Rytman, who now moves to 48 or 51 overs. He becomes a very, very big player for the Inyati.
Mbonge Mhlanga will bowl many worse deliveries in his career than he just bowled to Rytman, and he will not be hit out of the ground. Power personified. Oh, they retrieved it. It missed the dams.
Definitely missed the dams, the umpire having a look, but it took a long while to get back into the stadium.
On to 48, Vian Rytman. In sight of a mini milestone. Quicker from Mhlanga, to be expected. Just got hit out of the ground. Inside edge. Mhlanga got interested and excited. Big shot, not given. Mhlanga was off to the races. Going down leg, the call from umpire Cluster.
That's a very, very big shout and a very big moment in the game.
Back leg. Back leg. That'll be the question from Bongi Mhlanga.
Yeah, he was absolutely convinced.
It's a great comeback. 4 dot balls after that first ball 6 from Rytman. Massive LBW shot as well. Karen Klaas saying that ball's drifting down the leg side. Beautiful bowling from Bongi Mhlanga. What a recovery. First ball goes for 6, then bowls 5 dot balls, and it's 2 overs in a row now that the first ball has gone for a boundary, and the Inyati have not capitalized on that.
Yeah, and that will have an impact on the run rate completely. But there was so much control. That's Karen Cluster's parents sitting in the stand there, watching the daughter officiate in this game.
It's a big moment for the Cluster family. Lots of sacrifices made.
Yeah, and I know the sacrifices that the family made for her, because she was a very talented cricketer, hockey player, played SA hockey, and then obviously she had the added advantage that she was a top 3 student at school and brilliant, and yeah, great student. So the family had to support her and direct her.
It's a 50-run partnership. A little fist bump between Rytman and Jason Niemand. It's a very important partnership. That one just drifts on with the arm of Dane Pitt.
Yeah, I was just having a bit of a chat while we were off air to Rowan Hasbrook, and he was feeling that this is the crucial partnership for the Inyati.
2 of their premier players at the crease, Vian Rytman, Jason Niemand. Niemand is 24-41. Doesn't want to put his partner under too much pressure. Slowed down, well played, down the ground by Rytman. It's good fielding on the boundary, but it's going to be a 50 for Vian Rytman in the CSA Division 2 One-Day Cup final. Wonderful moment for the young man.
Yeah, great knock from Vian Rytman, getting to his 50, and a big round of applause from his teammates from the dugout. We did mention a little bit earlier on a burly young man, a strong lad, and a very good knock.
Yeah, it's Rytman's second list day 50. Got a higher score of 53. Average is only 25 in list A cricket, but he averages 91 in 6 innings lists in first class cricket. Chance gone. Gives it away. Just after reaching 50. Distraught is Vian Rytman. His higher score will remain 53.
The wily old fox, Dane Pitt, immediately after the excitement of the 50 runs, he comes up with an absolute peach of a delivery, and he fluxes him in the air, and he hits it straight back to Dane Pitt for a caught and bowled.
Too early through the shot, held back by Dane Pitt. All the experience in the world, a man who's played plenty of test cricket for South Africa. Has a wonderful test record, in fact, Dane Pitt, as an off-spinner. And then Inyati lose their third from the last ball of the 24th over. 104 for 3. Run rate, 4.3 runs to the over. Came off the leading edge and distraught. If that was not a big moment, the next 5 overs will be massive.
A new bat for the Eastern Cape Inyati, also the experienced Michael Copeland.
That's under 19 star, Mikey
Yes,
Copeland.
It's the under 19 player.
Mhlanga to continue. Niemand works it around through mid-wicket for a single. Copeland, 24 years of age on the 10th of April of 2026. List day average of just a touch under 26. High score of 77. The Inyati will need him to score pretty close to that. Yeah, it's nicely played, getting off the mark straight away. I was just about to say, Eugene, Flanker would have loved to string a few dots together to the new batter.
Very crucial for the left armer to be able to bowl a couple of balls to the in batter, but with Copeland's experience, he got away from it very quickly.
It's worked. Back with a square on the offside. 3 deliveries, 3 singles. But it's the Knights that'll be the happier, the two sides, especially considering the start that the Inyati got off to. There's your dot. There's your dot, Mbongi Mhlanga.
You'll be very happy with that, so that he could bowl another couple of balls to Michael Copeland.
It's going to be a single to Copeland. 4 men out on the boundary. Long on, long off. Tee backward square and also a sweeper on the offside. So it's a sort of hurry up and scatter field for Mhlanga. 5 men in the circle. The over goes for 5. And Mhlanga's figures read 6 overs, none for 25.
Yeah, another tidy over from Mhlanga. It is interesting about the field placing that you spoke about, because for Michael Copeland, Dane Pete has his 2 sharp catches close in the covers, and yet when Niemand bats, he moves over to the onside.
Down the grass embankments of the Kimberley Oval with the Smith Auto Group cars in the background. The official partner of the Flexbrands Knights. Very straight from Pete. Worked on the onside. Square. Just a single.
I don't think Dane Pete will be totally unhappy with that single. Just allows him now to bowl to Michael Copeland and see if he could tie him down at that end for a while.
Oh, he bowls him. He does better than just tying him down. Plays all around at Michael Copeland and the furniture disturbed. The Flexbrands Knights on top.
Great ball from Dane Pete. He's such a special human being, this kid. And he's a man now. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. But a special, special human being. And he loves his cricket. And that is an absolute jaffa. And it's not any player. It is Michael Copeland that is clean bowled. Beat him outside his off stump, outside his outside edge, and clean bowls him middle stump.
Dan Pitt turning this game on its head. It's 2 for 12. His figures after 3.2 overs.
And Spoot, now we can safely say that advantage Flexbrands Knights.
indeed. Look at this. Doesn't turn. Beats him outside the bat. Disturbs the furniture. It will be Christian de Toy, the new batter. Also a big man. Powerfully built. Coming in at number 6 in the order. Rebuild now needed. Desperately needed. Snyman moves a step wider. First slip in on the attack. You can see that foot movement, unsure. Past the halfway mark of this innings. Gives it some air. Gets a hand to it. Does Dan Pitt. Prevents any runs being scored. Oh, that's very straight. Finger goes up. Third wicket for Dan Pitt. Christian de Toy doesn't trouble the scorers. Cock-a-hoop, the Flexbrands Knights.
Dane Piet straight wicket to wicket, and poor Christian de Toy misses an absolute straight one, and umpire Shezi had no hesitation in sending the batsman to the hut. Straight on.
Straight one from Dan Pitt, as it was against Mikey Copeland. So he's beating them with a lack of turn. They're all playing for the off spin of Dan Pitt.
But it seems as if he's using a bit of drift, and then they're expecting the spin, and he's just seeming to beat them there. As we see de Toy walking past the trophy for this tournament. And as we mentioned earlier on, the Knights going for the treble. And I'm sure that there must have been a word or two in the change room about that.
Yeah, he's beaten him all ends up there. De Toy not happy with the decision. I'm not sure why. The only thing that could have saved him there was a faint little tickle. But at 110 for 5, and with Rytman back in the hat for 50. Copeland and de Toy out cheaply. All relies now on Jason Niemand and how far he can take Thando Ntini, Mthethwa, Chad Klaasen, Nico van Sail, and Gaudise Molefe. Thando Ntini, man coming to the crease at number 7. Another man who represented South Africa at under 19 level. He's got a rather famous father as well.
Very famous father. And a man also that travelled around the provinces, was at the Cape Cobras, he was at KZN Dolphins, he was at Inland, and he's worked his way back to his father's roots, which is the Eastern Cape. But he himself...
Got to be a run out, Shreddy! No, was it Dane Pitt's hand that dislodged the stumps, or was it the ball?
There seemed to be no doubt from Dane Pitt and the Flexbrands Knights that Ntini's been run out. We'll just have a look at that now, but they are cock-a-hoop.
Now, Mr. Shezi didn't even need to make a decision. I was waiting for him to raise his right hand, but Ntini was well and truly short. And it was then a direct hit. Love to see it again. 3 wickets lost with a score on 110. 5 deliveries ago, it was 110 for 3. It is now 110 for 6. Ntini sets off immediately. Sepoto throws on the turn and hits it. Wonderful stuff by the veteran.
Here we have it again. Ntini sets off, stops. Yes, no, direct hits Sepoto and gone.
Don't pick and a look back at the umpire, Mr. Shazy, as if he was unsure whether his hands touched the stumps as well. It matters little now. 3 wickets lost for the Eastern Cape Inyati with their score 110. All of a sudden, the question is, will they bat their 50 overs with Alandile Mshetwa slated to come in next, and it is Mshetwa. Where does this leave Jason Niemand now, Eugene? Does he start playing more expansively, or does he trust his lower order to contribute?
Yeah, look, it becomes a very important role he's got to now play with his lower order. There was a bit of a discussion between the two umpires around as to who was run out and who should be taking strike at this end, and it seems like Mshleshwe would have to do that. Mshleshwa will have to now take strike. Yes, Jason Niemand is now in the middle of having to sort out his role. Although I have to tell you that in the last game, Anlinde Msheshlu really showed that he could hold a bat.
See Mbongi Mhlanga now operating without a man at 45 on the leg side. He's got a very short mid-on, straight-ish mid-wicket, short extra cover, and a slip. Goes to that short mid-on position right in the eye lie of the batter. Shorter than Mhlanga would have hoped for, but it's 3 dot balls nonetheless. He's been a great partner for Dane Pitt, keeping things quiet on the other side. It's off the outside edge, no run.
Yeah, we speak a lot about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are just so important. And with Dane Pitt in it, just his own presence in the game, already batters are under pressure, and if your bowler on the opposite end can keep them quiet, then they still have the scoreboard pressure as well.
It's a single and Mshetwa off the mark. It's taken him 5 deliveries. Going at less than 4 runs to the over at this stage, Mbongi Mhlanga. Good piece of fielding. End of a very good over. Only 1 run conceded. 7 overs, none for 26 as Mhlanga. Pitt has picked up 2. There's been a run out as well. All happening. Pitt has picked up 3. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up 3, and then he still had the run out. And that single that came off the second last ball of Mhlanga's over now simply means the new batsman has got to face Dane Pitt. And I'm sure Dane Pitt will now start putting his plans together. And then it again puts extra pressure on Jason Niemand, because he's now been off strike for a little while.
Good to see them persisting with Jacques Snyman at first slip. Got them 6 down. It's Nelson. Oh my word! Just past the diving extra cover for a couple. So easily could have been the 7th down.
very, very close to Isaac de Gale in a short cover position, just gone over his head.
All right, through that short mid-on. It's well recovered from Shlanga.
Yeah, Soboto wouldn't be happy with that. He definitely wouldn't be happy with that.
Yeah, they set high standards for themselves in the field, the Flexbrand Knights. It's been a wonderful 2025-26 campaign for the Flexbrand Knights. Not only do they have a chance today to win the treble, they found themselves a new sponsor as well in Flexbrand. Long may that partnership continue between Flexbrands and the Knights.
Yeah, it's so important, you know, to have that kind of partnerships, because it just sort of allows you to breathe away from cricket a bit, you know, where you're not just dependent on finances from cricket, and also to have a partner that just doesn't give money. He's part of the strategy, he's part of the plans, and he helps in order to get this thing. And it's so important that we have a very thriving Knights team in the central of South Africa.
Wide down the leg side. Dan Pitt won't be overly happy with himself. That's better. That's better. Extremely economical as well as picking up 3 wickets. Pitt 3 for 16 of his 5 overs. After 28 overs, it's 115 for 6. The Eastern Cape Inyati batting first. It is the CSA Division 2 One-Day Cup final played in Kimberley. As the Mangaunga Oval in Bloemfontein was not available today due to a big music concert last night. Singing in the Rain, it was called. On the leg side goes Mhlanga. That's naughty. And he knows that. A release of pressure. Leg bars the signal. 3 of them.
Mushranga wouldn't be happy with that. That's really naughty. He's literally allowed them to get the new batsman off strike as well.
A leg bars was the call, so it's a dot ball against the bowler, but it's still 3 runs against the team. You almost feel, as he beats the outside edge, that leg bars down leg should go against the bowler.
True.
If they scamper a quick leg by on the offside, that's all right. Neatly turned around the corner. Three deliveries gone in the over. Shlanga wants to get out of it as cheaply as he can. He pushes them back.
Pushes him back.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky. Did everything he could to prevent the single.
And eventually just palmed it past his goalkeeper behind him, Dane Pitt, for the single. But he's got very clear plans of what he wants to do, Mshlangu. And he's really bowling very, very well.
indeed.
He's just completed his 8th over now.
Yeah, and he's gone for less than 30 in those 8 overs. Mbongi Mhlanga. Our Tech Night supporters. I said Tech once more, my apologies. It's Flexbrand Nights. We've been singing the praises of the new sponsor, Flexbrand, and the impact that they've made on Knights cricket. So I do apologise to those lovely sponsors, Flexbrands. $121 for 6 the score in the 30th over. So they're going at around about 4 to the over. Well, need some acceleration a bit later on, but it's tough when you're 6 down. Most importantly, they want to take the Flexbrand Knights deep. So they need to bat their 50 overs. That's their first concern and priority. Very straight. Turn to mid-wicket to the right of Mhlanga for a quick single. It's well bowled. It's been so good. The former Protea off-spinner Dane Pitt. Not just today, but the whole season. Down the track, big shot. Struck cleanly, but taken on the boundary by Ruan Haasbroek. 4 for Dane Pitt. My oh my.
Again, again the experience of Dane Pitt, placing 3 players in front of the eye line of Mkletwa, and he goes aerial, and of the safest hands in the business, Ruan Haasbroek on the boundary takes a beautiful catch.
He's never going to drop those, Ruan Haasbroek. Not in a one-day cup final in Division 2. And the Flexbrands Knights have now picked up 7 wickets. And real danger for the Eastern Cape Inyati of not batting their 50 overs.
Yeah, and the pressure just keeps mounting on Jason Niemand now. As we see Chad Cluster walking to the crease.
We're getting into the bowlers now, and remember, they've got to defend the score, so they know they want every run that they can get. 160, 170, make a game of it. You've got to feel anything below 150, and it's going to be a doddle for the Flexbrands Knights on their way to a treble.
100%, and with the batting lineup they have, it's going to be a doddle. And I think Jason Niemand is fully aware of that, and if they don't get anything near 200, 210, I think then the Flexbrand Knights would be very, very happy to chase that down.
Oh, I see it's 30 overs gone, so it's time for a commentary change. And it is myself and Eugene Jacobs that'll vacate our seats. And we'll leave you in the company of the 2 men that know each other well. These days they're friends. When they played against each other, the words were flying. That's what I got told.
Thank you, Spoot. Yeah, the words were flying then when we were playing against each other. What an entertaining 10 overs it was. An exhibition of skill and experience from the Flexbrands captain Dane Pitt. Sipoto comes in. Oh, gets a faint edge. Oh, God. Another wicket. Another wicket. This time Sipoto joins in the wicket celebration with his captain Dane Pitt.
Well, I said it, Anthony, earlier that Sipoto and Dane Pitt are a very, very dangerous pair of bowling for the Flexbrands Knights, because now Sipoto comes back and immediately picks up a wicket, the 8th wicket down of the Eastern Cape Inyati, 122 for 8. That's a faint edge to the keeper.
That's what ball Sipoto.
By Jason Niemand.
Nah, really, this is turning out to be big trouble for the Eastern Cape Inyati as Jason Niemand departs for 30 from 55 balls. As mentioned earlier on by Spoot, now we're getting into the bowlers, which becomes a bit difficult for them to decide whether they're going to go for it or are they going to just try and nudge it around, try and bet as long as possible for them to be able to get to a defendable total.
Well, it's always the decision that the bowlers are the ones who has to take the team a bit further into defendable total, Anthony. And what I think is happening is that right now that Dane Pitt sees the opportunity to get his players motivated to get the Eastern Cape Inyati under 150. Then it becomes a very, very simple game for them as the Flexbrands Knights.
As Sipoto comes in, it's a new better. First ball on the money to Nico van Zyl, who defends back to cover. Yeah, I think the skipper will be happy, very, very pleased if they were to manage to bowl them under 150. They will be a very pleased captain.
Well, he has played his cards right up to this point. Dane Pitt knew when to change his bowlers, knew when to attack. Oh, that's another good ball by Sipoto. And the outside edge of Nico van Zyl to Mhlanga for 1.
Remember earlier on when we were on commentary, we mentioned that the Inyatis were playing themselves into a bit of a hole. I remember there was a period where they did not score a boundary of 5 overs. So that is during that period where Dane Pitt, I think he realized that now they've played themselves into a little bit of hole. Now I need to attack. He brought himself back on with the ability of him bowling the one that comes back and the one that drifts away. I think he actually managed to get a wicket with the one that just drifts away. Actually, it spins away from the right-hander. He trapped one of the batters, LBW, with the one ball that goes away from the right-hander. He's very skillful, very skillful. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Sipoto in.
Beating that outside edge against Sipoto. Beautiful ball for number 10-9 batsman at this time. You can do nothing with that, Anthony, much.
Yeah, there's nothing much you can do as a bowler when a bowler bowls to you that kind of ball. It's funny when your team is down and out, what the wicket does. All of a sudden the balls are bouncing a bit higher, bowlers are bowling a lot quicker than they usually do.
And all of a sudden the wicket is swinging around. That's basically when you are in trouble. Then you start realizing that this wicket can do a lot. And with the Flexbrands Knights batting order that they have, 150 will be next to nothing for them. That's a 1 run to point. for Chet Larson. Remember, at some stage the run rate achieved was at 5.5. We are now at 4.
I think that's you're mentioning a good point there. That's when the skipper of the Flexback Ben Knight realized that this is the time where he can actually just squeeze the Eastern Cape Inyati a little bit harder and harder between the middle overs, because of they dug themselves into a hole, never looked to score runs or a boundary. They just managed to rotate the strike.
Yes, and
But this kind of game, you need to continue looking to score boundaries, moving the game forward. Once you don't move the game forward, you get yourself into trouble. And once 1 or 2 wickets falls, puts the middle order under pressure, and most of the time that's when the middle order folds, and that's exactly what happened here today.
Whilst we see Sipoto having conversation with Dane Pitt there, they're going to have a leg slip.
The 2 old folds putting their brains together. How are we going to get this wicket? Dane Pitt in, playing a miss
Good ball.
from Nico van Saal. He's putting the batters a lot under pressure because he's got a leg slip and a slip, a normal slip. This one is just punched to mid off. The batter start thinking, where am I going to get runs? Where am I going to get runs? It can't be, I can't just hang back, because when I hang back, these 2 guys behind me are getting into the play.
Another play in a miss. Then Pitt. He's also got a short cover, Anthony, where Malusi Sipoto is standing more or less as catching position, I would think. That alone creates pressure. That's one to that short cover position to his left, Malusi Sipoto.
Yeah, that's more of an attacking kind of position. That previous ball from Dane Pitt, maybe just a little bit short, but it's the one that goes away from the right-hander. But it's just his length. He just missed his length. Basically, what he wants to do is the batter coming forward, playing against the spin and the ball turning away as he goes in again. Oh, that one is full. I think he got bat there. Stifled appeal from Dane Pitt, realizing that the batter managed to get the bat down in time. Off away from us he goes again.
That's a one too long on her, Ruan Hasbrook. And that's the over. 32nd over. 126 for 8. The Inyati. That was the 7th over of Dane Pitt. 4 for 19 in this over. Dane Pitt bowling 4 dot balls and 2 runs. Malusi Sipoto to continue from the country club end. I think they want to finish this as quickly as possible. Anthony.
Yeah, if you have the team 8 down, you want to put your knee on the throat and press as hard as you can. Don't want this partnership to develop. You don't want any sort of partnership to develop now. You want to get these 2 wickets as quickly as you can and get off the field. Start batting.
That's a leg by, I would suggest. Excuse me, that's a 1. The Chet Larson is important to continue from the country club end.
Sipoto has continued with those sort of like dead straight lines, wicket to wicket, hitting that hard length, making it difficult for you to be able to hit him over his head.
He's got more of the same field as his first spell. Oh, shot one. Empire Shares is showing that it's over the shoulders. That's one of the over. As I was saying, his fielding position.
I see our little friend is back on the field there, Eugene, who is off commentary. Every game that we commentate together, our little friend always visits us on the field. Sibota in. Oh! Not an easy catch when they hit it back to the bowler whilst you're busy doing your follow through. Sibota not managing to grab this one because he punches it back. Oh, mid drift. Usually those look simple, not as easy as said, but you'd regard that as a drop chance. Sibota in again to check Klassen. Holds it into the ribs, manages to clip it down, fine leg for a single.
That looks painful for Sibota. That drop catch. Another one to Chet Larson. That's the over, end of the 33rd over. 129 for 8. Eastern Cape Inyati. Flexbrands now are in control.
As you can see, the spectators that are in on the embankment. Lovely day to come and watch a little bit of cricket. I think that's the course. Cricket team, the local club here in Kimberley, came to enjoy the little bit of cricket here.
Then pitch to continue. Oh, playing a miss by Nico Fansay. That one didn't come back. It's gonna run down for 4-leg buys. But Jane Pitt bowling it on the leg side. That didn't come back at all. And continue straight down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Welcome you to the stadium. I'm commentating, so you on camera. Yeah. Can you always
That's a good ball then, Pete. That's what you want to bowl, Anthony, when you're a spin bowler. Getting your best man playing forward all the time. That's what you want.
Okay. All right, I'll come around this now. But it was there for lunch.
It's another dot ball.
No, I went for a roti and chicken. Okay. All right, I'll check you later. Bye.
Wow, that was a cheeky single. There was a cheeky single by Nico Fansay from Dale Speed Bowling.
Yeah, just the keeper finding out from the umpire if that was a direct hit, was that out or not. I think the umpire just signaling that it's very close. And Gian saying, listen, maybe if you went for a direct hit. Well, that ball from Dan Pitt complete. Dan Pitt's over number 8, his ball. 8 overs, 21 runs, 4 wickets. This little partnership would be irritating the skipper a little bit because he would have liked his team to be off the field by now. As we go for a little break, drinks break here at the Kimberley Country Club. We'll be back after drinks break. Welcome back after the drinks break. I think the guys would have enjoyed that little drinks break. Conversations were had during the drinks break. Sipoto to continue from the country clubs, and just interested to see if Dean paid with 4 wickets in a bag. Will he continue from the commentaries and seeing that there's only 2 wickets left, and he as a captain would like to take these 2 wickets as quickly as possible. Sipoto in, bowls a bouncer. He just gets underneath it. He's not interested in pulling Nico van Zyl.
Empire shares is showing there. One for the bowler, for the over the shoulders. A think the Knights would fancy to finish quick here. As Anthony said, it will be interesting what Dan Pitt does as a captain to see if he can bring maybe Jan van Vuren back.
Yeah, it's that difficult conversations you need to have with yourself as a skipper. You've got 4 wickets, but what does the team need? The team needs these 2 wickets. Are you going to continue with yourself, or are you going to bring your seamers back and say, listen, guys, wrap this over. We want to be in the dressing room with our feet up, batters knocking off the runs as quickly as possible. So Boto comes in to Nico van Zyl. That one, he just nudges it to third man. When Mhlongo does the fielding, only a single to Nico van Zyl. The score moves to 135 for 8. And 30, busy with the 35th over.
Well, it will also be interesting to see what these 2 batsmen does for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Do they see the overs through and score 1s and 2s here and there, take away bad balls, of which the Flexbrands Knights hasn't bowled in a while? That's another good ball by Siboto. I'm not sure if that ball nicked and dropped short, very short of the wicketkeeper, but it never carried at all to Gian Kluter. I think as a team, nothing frustrates you as the last 2 wickets, where you have control of the other wickets, taking them very quickly, and you get to the last 2 and it takes you a bit of time to finish up. Anthony?
Yeah, it should be one of those partnerships that irritates the skipper. Speaking about it, off screen, I just see Langa warming up there, making sure that he's ready if the skipper calls on him. Interesting to see what Dean Pate's plans are. But I see him walking straight to the umpire, taking his glasses off. And a couple of spectators, you see
Marvin Stacey from the Flexbrands, from the Cricket South Africa, coaches developer, and some of the Flexbrands Knights staff in the VIPs there.
I see Dean Pate has decided that he will continue from the commentary's end. Goes in to Nico, who punches back to the bowler.
It will be very interesting, Anthony, to see how Dan Pitt goes with this over. Oh, that's a good ball, Dan Pitt. A bit slower than the rest of the balls that he bowled.
He's got a lot of tricks up his up his sleeves. Siboto just taking off something off the pitch. I'm not sure if maybe he just picked up that is something that would disturb the batter. I think that one is just a little bit too close to cut. As coaches would say, never look to cut an off spinner, especially the caliber of Dan Pitt, who turns the ball that much.
It's another dot ball by Dan Pitt.
Don't know if you picked up that last Pitt ball that he bowled is the one that comes in front out of the front of the arm, doesn't really turn, just slides through. Just watch that wrist as he goes in. Dan Pitt playing a mess from Chet Clausen.
I think Dan Pitt is in control of this over, but The most important is to pick up that wicket. The 9th wicket, that will be the most important at this point in time.
That one played square of the wicket, only for a single. Completes the over number 9 from Dane Pete, who was bowled 9 overs, 21 runs, got 4 wickets. As mentioned earlier on, see, Langa will be bowling will take over from Siboto Melusi from the country clubs end. I think the skipper has had enough. Wants to wrap this inning quickly as possible.
Yes, Tembele Langa is coming back for his second spell. His first spell went for 34 for none in 6 overs. Will be interesting how he approaches this second spell. Tembele, he will be pretty much aware of what's going on now, that they need to wrap up these 2 wickets as quickly as possible to make things easier for them.
Langa in. Klaasen, who cuts, too close to cut, manages to run it down to third man, where Mhlongo does the cleanup. Only for a single. Score moves to 138 for 8. Busy with the 37th over. Currently going at a run rate of 3.8. As mentioned earlier on, Sibs, we mentioned that at one stage they were going at 5.6 at one stage. That run rate has dropped from 5.6 to 3.8, and they've lost a cluster of wickets in the middle overs. They've lost 5-6 wickets during that period.
I think this is where the Flexbrands Knights has been more dangerous with their attack, bowling attack, with either pair of bowlers that they bowl in the middle. That's a wide in a very long time. That's the first wide we see in about 20 overs. Anthony?
No, they've been disciplined.
Very disciplined. Very disciplined. Flexbrands Knights with their bowling attack. It has been their strong point.
Oh, chance of a run out at the bowler's end. Oh, and he misses. What an opportunity missed.
This is what pressure does, Anthony.
Nico van Zyl decides there's a single, and Chad decides, there's no single there. Comes all the way halfway down the track. Fielder at mid-wicket, picks up the ball, shires at the non-striker's end, and he unfortunately misses. Langa comes in, back of a length, and one nips back into the batter. Plays off the back foot, no run. The Flexbrands Knights would feel that an opportunity was missed there. All he needed to do was hit the stumps.
Isaac de Khale at that mid-wicket area doing that fielding. It will be very interesting to see how Chet Klaasen and Nico van Zyl go. Another dot ball straight to Ruan Hasbrook. for 8 this far, the Eastern Cape Inyatis. That's a run out. Direct hit by Jacques Snyman. What a pick up and throw. And Nico van Zyl goes.
I think the captain will be very pleased seeing that they're struggling to get this wicket, there's 2 wickets that's left. You want one of your fielders to produce, and Jacques Snyman just dives to his left, picks up the ball, gets on his feet, shies at the stumps. He had only one stump to aim at, and he manages to hit the stump and run out Nico van Zyl.
Well, I think it has been one of those points where the Flexbrands has done so beautiful in the fielding. They've been top class.
These are the ones that the runners that it shows off the work that's been done off. You know, when the guys are in the nets, usually what happens is guys in the nets hitting balls, bowlers bowling, and there's a couple of guys that are not bowling and batting. They'll be doing fielding. This is the kind of work that's been put in behind the scene.
Yes, and that brings us to the end of the over of Sithembile Langa. And then Pete to continue with his last over at the Kimberley over. Wow, what a pickup by Jacques Snyman. And that brings to the wicket Kaudise Malefe.
What he did well there, he did not waste time in trying to get to his feet. He was on his knees, decided to throw from that position, which is not an easy position to throw from. But he managed to throw. You know, lately these players, they throw balls from all kind of directions and off balance. Pete going in. Kaudi Molefe plays that one to short, fine leg. Pardon me, that's not Kaudi, that is Czech class on strike. That one he punches through, manages to pierce the gap, and he gets a far boundary for. Can't remember when last did we see a boundary. Sips?
It's been a while, Anthony, except the one of a leg by. That was punched back. That he hit that hard to go through the mid-off area.
Kaudi will have to come back. He has to hurry. Oh, don't want to be run out. That would have been the third run out in this game.
Ruan Hasbrook doing the fielding there. Very quick Ruan Hasbrook. Just to his left, but he managed to get it in just in time for 2.
Oh. I don't know if you saw that one. That one is the one that I spoke about earlier on. It comes out at front of his hand, and the ball just turns onto the opposite direction. Instead of turning into the batter, it turns the other way.
And Chet Larson showing there Kaudise. I think Chet Larson has decided that he's going to go for this one, picking up Ruben Mare there on that side of the leg side. Coming in, let's see quickly the fielding changes. Then Pete is bringing Mbongi Mhlanga inside the circle at mid-wicket. And Malusi Sibote at catching again. Short cover catching is Isaac Dikale.
Just trying to put a little bit of pressure on Kaudi Molefe as he goes away from us. Oh, that's another one that goes away. Yeah, as you can see, Kaudi Molefe just signaling that that's the one that goes away. But it's easy for you to signal and picking it up and playing, making sure that you play the correct shot.
Well bowled in, Pete.
Then Peters bowled 10 overs, 29 runs, conceded 29 runs and got 4 wickets for his efforts. Wobble, skipper.
And Stebile Langa to continue from the country club end. It will be interesting how Chet Larsen is going to face this over.
What do you think, Sips? What was the conversation between the two batters?
Well, it will be Chet will decide that I'll go for this, or we'll go for this, or we should just carry on and see how far we get.
Carry on betting for the next 12 overs, because there's 12 overs left. They're going at a current run rate of 3.9. You want to be run about 5-6 runs and over at this point in time, but you've lost too many wickets. Langa in to Ched. Straight, but he's got a defensive leg side field where he's got deep mid wicket, deep square, long off. So he can afford to bowl straight and full.
Good Abraham's doing the fielding that side.
Interesting to see what the plans are to Kgaudi Molefe. That one clearly showed that they wanted to get Chet Larsen off strike. Because immediately when Kgaudi Molefe comes off strike, there's a mid wicket in place, comes in from the boundary, nice and tight, saving that single. Siboto's also in the ring, nice and tight, as you can see him walking nice and tight. Don't want to give that single. Want to take this Kgaudi Molefe's wicket. Langa comes in dead straight. Molefe plays it back to Mulusi. No runs taken. You can clearly see the plan. They don't want to give Kgaudi Molefe the single. Want to bowl dead straight. He misses, you hit. And the guy's in the ring. You need to stop that single. That's Kgaudi Molefe on strike. Langa with the wide ball running in towards us. That one is full. There's a bit of an appeal there. Late reaction from Gian and Langa. The umpire says, no, I think there's the better hitting the ground.
I think that wasn't convincing enough. Even the fielders themselves knows.
If we watch it again. Yeah, I think he just hit the ground there. I think the ball gone past already. The bat made contact with the ground. Langa steaming in towards us to Kgaudi Molefe. Then when he decides, nah, he's not interested in that one. Just going to leave it alone. Goes to the keeper, Gian Kruger. That one just left him a little bit. Just left him a little bit. Kgaudi Molefe. Good length. He's got the ability, Langa, to nip the ball away from the batter. Ball in the air, fielder underneath it, he's not going to drop it. That's Dan Pete, the skipper himself, takes a comfortable catch. That's the end of the inning. Kgaudi Molefe dismissed for a duck in 4 balls. Brings the end of the inning for the Inyati, Eastern Cape Inyati. Ball out for 149 in the 39th over. Chet Larsen stranded on 14 in 32 balls.
Yes, Anthony, that brought us to the end of Inyati innings. Straight in the sky, and Dan Pitt going under it, taking the catch. 148 all out in 38.4 balls overs. The Flexbrands Knights will be very, very happy team at this moment and fancy themselves to get a treble this season, of which I think the research I've done, it will be the first in South African cricket for a team to get a treble.
Yes, you saw the Flexiband team in a huddle there, and the skipper Dean Page, very animated, making sure that once we get into the dressing rooms, we get an opportunity to bat boys. We're going to make sure that we are clinical in getting to the total. Last wicket star, make sure you take the opportunity on this wicket here in the Diamond Oval.
Yes, and the inning summary. Better batsman Vian Ruthren, 50 of 61 balls. Jason Neyman, 30 of 56 balls. Lihle Sizani, 23 of 30 balls. And Chet Klassen, 14 not out of 32 balls. And the Flexbrands Knights bowlers, Dan Pitt, 4 for 29 in 10 overs. Tian van Vuren, 2 for 29 in 6 overs. Mwalu Sisiboto, 1 for 16 in 7 overs. Always clinical, Mwalu Sisiboto, with his experience. Stemile Langa also coming in and picking 1 wicket for 38 in 7.5 overs. Dan Pitt, pick of the bowlers, 4 for 29 in 10. It shows what experience does in these games. It shows the kind of player Dan Pitt is and has been for the Knights from the first matches. We'll be back after lunch, and Kimberley and then the Flexbrands Knights will be chasing 149 back after lunch.
Is the CSA Division 2 one-day cup final, and the Iinyathi Knights at the crease, not the Iinyathi Knights, the Flexbrands Knights. When am I going to get that one right today? We know it is the Flexbrands Night. It is such a wonderful occasion that Flexbrands has partnered up with the Knights, and on an apt occasion, it is the Flexbrands Knights on their way back to Division 1 today in Kimberley. They have the opportunity of winning the treble in Division 2 in South African domestic cricket. Jacques Snyman facing up to Nico van Zyl. The bowling performance from the Flexbrands Knights, absolutely out of this world. 148, they restricted the Eastern Cape Inyati to. 148 all out, that was. Chief Destroyer, the experienced captain of the Flexbrands Knights, Dane Pitt, 4 for 29 and 10. And he's added mystery to his off-spin, the one that comes out of the front of the hand going away from the right-handers. Van Zyl to Snyman. Nice and straight from Nico van Zyl. So 149 it is required for their third title of the season, the Flexbrands Knights. They're already the T20 and the 4-day champions in Division 2. And I'm once again joined by Eugene Jacobs, that knows this field like the back of his hand. Is that enough, Eugene?
Definitely not enough, and of the two teams, the Flexbrand Knights would be the happier. I must say that the way Dane Pitt orchestrated his fielding sessions and his control of his bowlers was brilliant, and obviously his 4 wickets have really hurt the Inyati. And now you have the 2 experienced openers of the Flexbrand Knights, Jean Kluter and Jacques Snyman at the crease. They know the pitch very well, they know the area very well, and they know each other very well.
Edged by Snyman, final third man, races across the outfield for 4, 2 slips in place for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Doesn't go to hand, and the Flexbrands Knights off the mark.
And Snyman is off with the boundary of the last ball from Nico van Zyl, and that brings the end of the first over of the Inyati Eastern Cape, and the Flexbrands are 4 for no wicket. Opening the bowling from the country club end is Chad Klaasen.
Played a good hand with the bat, did Chad Klaasen, making 14 not out, right at the back end. They were teetering at 120 odd for 8 when he came in. Ended 14 not out of 32 deliveries, getting his side to that 148. Lovely lock of hair for Chad Klaasen. Can he unsettle this Flexbrands Knights batting order? Plenty of experience at the top. Jean Kluter, hails here from Kimberley. Prolific season with a bat. Lovely delivery, but it's a no ball. It's going to be a free hit for Jean Kluter. Umpire Karen Klaasen making the call.
Jean Kluter had an extremely good season with the bat across all the formats, and he's really been the mainstay of the Knights batting, and also very glad for him. A free hit for him.
Down the ground, well stopped, but they're going to get a couple nonetheless. As Snyman turns for the second. So it didn't take full toll of that free hit. 2 slips in place. Captain Nathan Roux knows they've got to pick up wickets in bunches early on. He's got to go into the attack. Beautiful. This time it can't be stopped. It's going to race across the outfield for the first boundary of Gian Kluta's innings. The second for the Flexbrands Knights.
He just caressed there through the covers, and you know when a left-hander drives, there's not a better sight in cricket. Just caressed it through the covers. Lovely shot, Gian Kluta, 4 runs.
Oh, what a delivery. Swinging away from the left-handed Gian Kluta, who went down the track to try and negate that swing from Klaasen. Klaasen, a man who's picked up 57 wickets in 43 innings in List A cricket. A very decent average of 25.8. Driven excellently through the covers, piercing the gap at extra cover, and already in full flow is Gian Kluta.
After being beaten by the previous ball, Chad Klaasen just overcorrected that one. A fully pitched ball outside the off stump, and another classical little cover drive through extra cover by Gian Kluta, which forces Nathan Roux now to take out his slip and plug that gap.
Overcorrects once again, does Klaasen. 2 straight, coming back for the second. Good running from the senior statesman, Jock Snyman.
Yeah, he really had to put his skates on him towards the end there, Jock Snyman, because the ball was thrown to the non-striker's end, and another 2 runs for Gian Kluta.
They did have a low chase against the CSA emerging side, the Knights, where they almost came unstuck, winning by a solitary wicket. And there's a go outside the off stump to Kluta. Finishes off the Klaasen over. 17 without loss. Kluta 12 from 7. It was that no ball in that over, of course. And then Jock Snyman 4 from 6.
These low scores, Sput, always not an easy thing in cricket to chase. You know it looks easy. You think you'll be able to. You've got a deep batting lineup, and you lose 1 or 2 wickets, and all of a sudden the cat is amongst the pigeons, and it just seems as if your batting lineup goes completely awry. So I think they would need a solid partnership. They would obviously want to control the first power play.
Good shape. Good shape away from the right-hander for Nico van Zyl. .32 wickets for Nico van Zyl in List A cricket. Very good average of 23.12. Best bowling figures, 4 for 17. He's the leading wicket taker this season in the One Day Cup, having picked up 17. Just look at that shape. That's moved appreciably away from Jock Snyman.
Yeah, he's the leading wicket taker and obviously a quality bowler. And I'm sure we were speaking about contracts. I'm sure there'll be a couple of Div 1 teams that will be having a look at him for sure for next season.
Yeah, I'm surprised about the movement. He's getting here this afternoon. Clouds have all but disappeared. Over pitch, driven. Inviting the drive, perhaps, with the shape he's getting.
He's getting some great shape. and some nice swing, and yet we would have thought that the Flexbrand Knights would have got that this morning with the overcloud conditions. But it just again shows you his experience and the quality that he has as a bowler, Nico van Zyl.
Two straight this time, looking for the miracle ball. Turned around the corner for a couple. We spoke about the Knights and their new sponsor, Flexbrands, and the fact that they're going back to Div 1 cricket in South Africa. There's the players not playing. Some of them were playing early on. Mbongi and Slanga I saw there briefly. It's great for Flexbrands as well that the Knights is re-entering Division 1 cricket in South Africa. Backward a point, squirted away. Snyman sends Kluter back, only the single on this occasion.
Yeah, it's always great if a sponsor comes aboard, and in this case where the sponsor comes aboard while your team is in Div 2. But again, they must have seen the quality and they must have seen the structure and looked at it and said, listen, we want to be part of this brand. And obviously, the kind of cricket that the Knights were playing and the way they dominated this competition. And I had a chat to JP Trigard right at the beginning of the season, and I said to him that you can't just come and win promotion relegation. You've got to dominate it so that the following season is now set up for you.
Swap bowled. Shape back into the left-hander. Cramps him for room. Does Nico van Zyl. It's the end of a good over. 2 overs and none for 7. The Knights currently 20 without loss. After 3. They require another 129 for victory. They have ample time to do so. The only way Inyati stands a chance here at all is to bowl the Flexbrand Knights out. No easy task with the batting order. These two, Snyman and Kluter at the top of the order, will be followed by Dichali, Ruben Maria, Ruan Haasbroek, Cole Abrams. That's a top 6. Yorked him. Well played, Jacques Snyman.
He did very well to keep that one out. A very good Yorker, just indicating to Gian Kluter it was a floater. And the other thing about this batting lineup, you get a guy like Jacques Snyman, if he can start teeing off, he can literally kill this game in the first 10 or 12 overs. But very circumspect so far, and I think they're going to try to set the platform.
He's getting good away shape from the left-hander as Chad Claassen. I don't think Gian Kluter is thinking about setting any foundations. He enjoys the Kimberley Oval, he enjoys this track, he knows it. He's having a little go.
Yeah, he's definitely having a go and obviously knows the track very well. And also scored a pile of runs on this wicket, so he would know that. And it just seems as if he's the one that he's not going to hold back.
It's good fielding, it's short extra cover. T20 champions in Div 2, 4-day champions in Div 2 alongside Easterns. Looking for the treble now as the Flexbrands Knights. Kluter and Snyman has first dibs at the task at hand. Knows how to find extra cover, does Gian Kluter.
Yeah, he's punched a few through there now. And Nathan Roux must be very happy that he plugged that gap.
He gets beaten outside that off stump again. Kluter's feet just not working right now. Very static at the crease. Trying to do all the work with the hands. There's perhaps a hint that that one stayed down ever so slightly as well.
Yeah, that's what he indicated to Jacques Snyman. But you're 100% about his feet. I think he needs to get it start moving.
It's a good ball. It's a very good ball from Chad Claassen. Well left. And after 4 overs, it's 21 without loss.
You spoke about the top 6 of the Flexbrand Knights. And of the 6 of them, it's only Ruben Kruger. I'm sorry.
Ruben Maria.
Ruben Maria that didn't make a turn at Northern Cape Cricket. So all the other 5 have spent some time here, including the coach. So they will know this wicket and they'll know what to do. And I think it gives them such an added advantage. And I'm sure that that is why Coach JP would have preferred the game to have been played here than in East London.
Top shot. Glorious cricket shot from Jacques Snyman. Nico van Zyl can but stand and admire.
Yeah, there's times in your cricketing career when you have to admire. And that was an absolute lovely, lovely straight drive by Jacques Snyman. Absolutely no force, just clear timing, threw his hands at it, and it raced for 4.
The sound it made off the bat. Does that get Snyman moving? Pulls back his length, nicely bowled, Nico van Zyl. They'll be disappointed with a batting effort. The Eastern Cape Inyati would have had their eyes on a much bigger total.
Yeah, just before we went off commentary, we were talking about them getting 180, 200, and they will be very disappointed, I'm sure.
That's the length. For Nico van Zyl, don't over pitch on this track. And I know it's difficult because he's trying to get the ball to shape. So naturally, he's that foot fuller. But the ball he just bowled, and half a foot fuller, will still give the ball plenty of chance to shape. But it'll hit the correct length as well.
Yeah, that's basically the length we spoke about also with the Flexbrand Knights bowlers. The minute they were too full, they were punished.
And one cuts back at Jacques Snyman. Ah, there he indicates that to Jan Kluter. Mr. Shazy, he's got a hand gesture going, our umpire. He also saw the ball coming back. And he has to be aware of that. He might have to make a decision on one of those that comes back.
For sure, that's going to be crucial for him to know.
Over the top goes Snyman. Clears mid off comfortably, nowhere near the middle of the bat. Thando and Tini tidies up, and another couple for the Flexbrand Knights.
Yeah, I didn't middle that one at all. And Jacques Snyman, a clean hitter of a cricket ball. It's just indicating that he should have picked it up a little bit earlier. But 2 runs nonetheless to the scoreboard.
Beautifully played by Jacques Snyman. Only the single. Copeland does the tidying up. It was crisply struck.
Yeah, very crisp shot from Jacques Snyman, but directly to the fielder. And Michael Copeland also for the Inyati. He's one of the fielders that they always put in the heavy traffic zones. So you'd always find him fielding in crucial positions.
Big smile on their faces. Watching the Division 2 One Day Cup final. Snyman facing up to Klassen. Tall fella, Klassen. Good mop of hair as well. Be a handful when it's windy.
Could be a handful. He's Gauteng raised, so comes from Johannesburg. Also played SA under 19, and a feisty little character.
Down the track goes Snyman. Slight fumble. Not sure Klassen will enjoy Snyman walking down the track at him.
So now both Snyman and Gyan Kloeter's done that walk down the track. So I'm not sure, is it a case of them trying to negate the swing, or is it that they want to work some pace onto the ball?
Shot! No need to run Jacques Snyman and Gyan Kloeter.
Punch straight down the ground, a very crisp shot from Jacques Snyman. And this time he stayed back in the crease and just hit it straight through the line. Lovely shot, Jacques Snyman.
I refer back to that sound off the bat once again. Like a cannon. 32 without loss. Snyman. Oh, what an effort! It's put down and it's 4. But a stupendous effort on the boundary.
That's a great effort.
Is that Cizani out there? Picked up by Snyman. Full stretch dive by Lihle Cizani. But another boundary to Snyman the result.
Yeah, it's a pity for that, but a great shot from Snyman. And it was actually the effort and the ground he covered that made that possible for him to nearly take that catch.
Drifts 2 straight again, does Klassen.
And it's so unfortunate in cricket that will go down as a drop chance. And it was such a great effort.
You know the unfair thing about cricket? It goes down as a chance, and also he didn't stop the boundary after all of that effort, but it was an amazing effort. He aborts the runner, does Chad Klassen.
Yeah, a bit of confusion around the fielding change. Nathan Roux bringing the player off the boundary, and Chad Klassen having to abort the run-up.
Yeah, Kloeter is struggling with this ball going across him, Eugene, and it's just because for today, after a bit of a layoff with an injury as well, remember, that feet hasn't gotten moving yet. He's a bit stuck. As soon as that gets going, you'll see he'll cover that line outside the off stump much better. But a very, very positive start from the Flexbrands Knights. 37 without loss after 6 overs. They require another 112 for victory.
Yeah, I think Gyan will have to just have a look at it and take his time on it, because once he starts going, he's very, very fluent. Ooh. One that cut back into Jacques Snyman. Nico van Zyl coming in from the commentary box end.
Eugene, I love to see that because Van Zyl predominantly moved the ball away from the right-handed Jacques Snyman. But that's the second one that he brings back. Nearly cut Snyman in half.
Umpire Shezi again indicating to his co-umpire about that swing and the ball moving.
Pick up for maximum. My golly, that's a good shot, Jacques Snyman.
Yeah, that's trademark Jacques Snyman. You cannot bowl that short to him. He's going to whoop you every day. He's going to whoop you for a maximum. Great shot, Jacques Snyman.
Now, the mind of Nathan Roux is scrambled. He was hoping for the perfect start with ball in hand. It hasn't happened. The Flexbrands Knights betting at 6.8 to the over. They've raced to 43 without loss. Him and Snyman having a little chat. Roux did spend time at the Flexbrands Knights. He swings it away. He's not a bad bowler, this Nico van Zyl.
Good bowler. Showing all his class now. Just having been smacked for 6, draws back his length and gets it to move away from Jacques Snyman, just outside of the off stump. A fielding change now again from the captain Nathan Roux. Takes out the second slip and puts him into a short cover position.
Nothing short about that cover position. All the way onto the bank. Jacques Snyman taking the attack to Nico van Zyl.
And again, effortless, outside off stump. Just frees his hands and a maximum for Jacques Snyman.
It's his second maximum. He's on 36 of 27. We called it. If Jacques Snyman gets going, this game won't last long. Being put under pressure now, Nico van Zyl. No, he can't give Jacques Snyman any width. Oh my word, that's going to be out. Off the toe end of the bat. Snyman gives it away and Nico van Zyl is pumped up.
Completely against the run of play. Missed time by Jacques Snyman. And Nico van Zyl has the last laugh.
That's an important chat in the huddle of the Eastern Cape Inyati. Snyman was looking to finish this in a hurry. He's gone for 36 of 28. Played a few beautiful strokes, did the Flexbrands Knights veteran. He'll be on his way to England mid-April for some cricket abroad. Exactly 100 more required for the treble in Division 2 of South African domestic cricket. Another young man who spent quite a bit of time in Kimberley. Isaac Dikhale made 100 in his first List A game of the season. Played a big hand in the T20 final victory over the Inyati as well when he made 60 odd in Bloemfontein. Quality player.
I must say that Jacques Snyman, and knowing Jacques, he will be gutted. He was probably sitting in that change room, not a happy camper, but had a good innings nonetheless.
Yes, Eugenie's given that Flexbrands Knights innings the impetus it needed. So often, when chasing smallish totals, batsmen tend to go back into their shells. It'll be a challenge, this, for Dikhale. The ball will shape away from him, but he has to know The thin swinger might come as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he had a bit of a conversation with Jacques as he was walking out. Also a very talented young man. And
Attacks the stumps, does Van Zyl. De Gale gets off the mark to square leg right away. The end of a successful over for Nico Van Zyl. Picks up the first wicket. The required score, they need 99 more runs to win. Just looking for those figures of Nico Van Zyl. It's about 1 for 25, I suppose, and 4 overs, 26 maybe. Flexbrands Knights well on their way.
yeah, with that single, it brings up the 50 for the Flexbrand Knights. They are 50 for 1 after 7 overs, scoring at 7.1. And we now have a bowling change from the Country Club end. It is Tando Inyati.
Former South African under-19 bowler, son of the legendary fast bowler Makaya Antini. He's been a bit of a journeyman in South African domestic cricket, Tando Inyati, but he's better than just a journeyman. One hopes he settles, finds his feet. He's played in Division 1 as well. Comes back in at Isaac De Gale. Inyati hits the ground, all hustle and bustle.
One thing that you will always find with Isaac De Gale is he will not be looking flustered at all. Always looks like he's in control of the situation and he can literally run you ragged.
That's a decent nut. And that's something we've seen on a few occasions today. Eugene Jacobs has bounced from back of a length, almost tennis ball-like. But it is when you put something in. You have to hit this deck. When you float it, you get smashed.
100% split, and when they get that effort ball just a bit short of a length, it really sort of rushes the batsman, and you always get a chance there.
Whipped from pretty straight to a shortish mid-wicket. 50 for the loss of 1. De Gale on 1. Klutan 12. The chief destroyer, Jacques Snyman, back in the hat. Definite movement back in to Isaac De Gale. Yet to concede a run. Tando Inyati has bowled 4 deliveries. Tries the pull shot, takes one on the body. Throw goes his end, but De Gale is safely home. Leg by the call. Eugene, you live far from the stadium?
In Kimberley terms, nothing is far, but yeah, I'm about 15 kilos away from the stadium.
Yeah, that's about as far as you can be in Kimberley.
Yes, right,
so
yeah.
Other side of the town.
Yeah, from the other side of the town.
Don't worry, Bloemfontein not much bigger.
Yeah, I always tell the people, if you going to a place and you traveled more than 7 minutes, then you lost.
And Tini takes up Iinyathi. It's the end of the 8th over. A good one. It's a maiden, although there was one leg by added to the total. It's a maiden for Thando and Tini, as the leg by does not go against the bowler. 51 for 1.
Yeah, Iinyathi now has not been on strike for the last 3 overs. He's literally taken 1 ball each over. And especially, as you mentioned, coming back from injury, you'd want to get into the swing of things quicker. And I'm sure that there would have been a discussion there between him and Isaac Tegale.
Van Sail is 1 for 27 of 4. He's going to continue. Defender out to point. It's turned out to be a hot afternoon. It was a cool morning in Kimberley. Is there anything but a hot afternoon in Kimberley? It's either a hot afternoon or it's raining.
Or it's raining. One of the two. One of the two.
Many a year ago, I played for a Free State Invitational side against the Griquas B team. There was another match at the Oval, so the 3-day game got moved to Correctional Services Field in Kimberley. With not a sight of shade in sight. It was 41 degrees Celsius. And a young man with the name of Shaul Peterson was running in. And I was batting with a cap, Eugene, purely for the fact that it was too hot to bat with a helmet. Obviously, Mr. Peterson didn't enjoy that. But it was one of the hottest cricket matches I've ever been a part of. You remember the Correctional Services
I
Field?
remember the field, and as flat as track as you could get in Kimberley. And so very close to Shaul Peterson. I see him often, and I can imagine the feisty character he was. He most probably never enjoyed your antics with the cap.
At least I wasn't there for very long, so I couldn't make him too angry, Eugene. But it has been, over the years, great batting tracks in Kimberley, not just at the Kimberley Oval, but at Correctional Services, some of the school fields around as well.
Some very good facilities around town, yes.
That's nice. I like that shape from Nico van Sail. 5 dot ball, so just a little lull in proceedings, yeah?
Shaul Peterson actually went on to make the South African school side and the SA under-19 side. And
He was a fantastic talent.
unbelievable. He had an amazing left-arm skill. And yeah, it was always a privilege to watch him play.
It's flicked by Isaac Tegale. He'll get at least a couple, yeah. There's the man at deep square leg has to rush around all the way to fine leg to do the fielding. End of the over. 9 overs gone. 53 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, since the departure of Jacques Snyman, the Flexbrands Knights have just edged it around for some singles, but still in no trouble yet.
It's going to take a few wickets in a very short space of time to really put pressure on this Flexbrands Knights outfit. I think I like this idea from Thando and Tini. He's going to try and take it away from Iinyathi from around the wickets. First ball, caught behind. It did swing away, it was wide, and he had a waft at it, did Gian Kluter. The Flexbrands Knights lose their second, and the complexion of the match changes ever so slightly.
You'd be very disappointed with that, but I think that comes up from the build-up of the last 2 or 3 overs, that he hasn't had the strike, and he wanted to feel bat on ball, and unfortunately threw his hands at a wide one, and got caught behind, and that's the end of the second wicket of the Flexbrand Knights. First wicket for Thando Iinyathi.
Ruben Maria, the 19-year-old, will join Isaac Dikhali at the crease, a former Grey College pupil. Captained the Grey College first side in his matric year, did Ruben Maria. Mentioned earlier, he never played for the SA under-19 side. He finds himself as the 8th leading run scorer in the One Day Cup in Division 2. Probably, maybe, possibly playing Division 1 cricket next year. He'll be one of those players with his sights set on getting a contract at the Flexbrands Knights.
Yeah, a big moment for him now, because this will help his career immensely, and obviously also try to do away with the most probablys and the ifs and the buts. If he gets a good knock today, he is surely going to be in the list of the contracts. A very young, talented cricketer with so much potential, and yeah, we got to wish him well. Don't want to say too much, put the markers on the poor young man.
Lets it go. It's a fantastic skill to bowl around the wicket at the left-hander, yet take it away. That was a very good delivery to receive first up. Nathan Root, the man behind the stumps, the captain, the wicket keeper, the opening batsman. Plenty of responsibilities on his shoulders in the Eastern Cape Inyati setup. Must say, he's looked nice and tidy behind the stumps. It's not a thing he's done a lot of over the last few years, although I did have a chat with him this morning before the game. Saw him coming down the stairs with the gloves. I said, "What, Nate, are you wearing the gloves?" He said, "I've been doing it for a few weeks now." Seems to be enjoying it. He's such a wholehearted cricketer, as Nathan Root. Maria gets himself off the mark. It was an inside edge onto the thigh pad.
He just tucked into the leg side for a single.
Thando Iinyathi has picked up 8 wickets, now 9 with the one that he's picked up today. He's going to be running in to Isaac Dikhali. Inside half of the back, looking to drive expansively through cover.
Yeah, that one didn't really go where he wanted it to go. And again, just says about the timing of the batters.
It's nearly time for us to take a breather, Eugene. We've taken only 2 wickets in this stint. We've been lazy.
Yeah, we got off to a flying start and all of a sudden into a slow motion.
Umpire Karen Claster indicates that they'll hit the thigh pad on the way through. It's the end of the 10th over. The Knights batting at 5.4 runs to the over. 54 for the loss of 2. Thank you, G.
Nico Fancy to continue from the commentary box end. Nice 54 for 2 after 10 overs. First power play finished. Anthony, I'll see what the Knights are planning here. Fancy to Murray.
Nasty one there to Ruben Murray, Nico Fansel. Signal 4 buys. 4 leg buys by the umpire. That was nasty. The ball that's short against the body, hits him on the chest, ricochets off, goes for a boundary. It's generating a good pace, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And they also realize that is that kind of wicket where you really have to come in and hit the deck for you to get something. You'll have to bowl that one over again. Maybe just trying too hard to bowl too quick.
I think that'll be the problem. If you try to bowl too quick, you have to have control and be able to hit that line and length so that you don't lose your momentum. Oh, that wicket all of a sudden being alive, that ball coming back to a left-hander by Nico Fancy. And well left Ruben Murray.
Yeah, he did well. That ball really came back into the left-hander. Left it on length, trusting the bounce of the wicket. Nico away from us to Ruben. That one a little bit fuller. Drives, cover, does the clean up. No run.
Nico Fansel into his 6th over. 1 for 30. One would think he would take a breather after this over.
A little bit of a nick there from Ruben, but unfortunately for Nico Fansel, does not carry to the wicket keeper. That one, I'm not sure if he played with soft hands, because after he nicked it, the ball just sort of like died just before it reached the keeper. It reached the keeper on the first bounce. Flexbrands Knights lucky. I'm saying they're lucky because if that ball nicked and it carried, it would have been 59 for 3 and busy with the 11th over. Just a little bit of a concern. I think the Knights would have had if that ball just really carried to the keeper. It's a tricky time where they went hard in the power play with Jock. Now the Eastern Cape Inyati just pulling it back nicely. And one a little bit full, straight, hit back, appeal. Umpire not interested, saying that Isaac Dukhala was back in his crease. So it brings the end of the over number 11.
And 59 for 2, the Flexbrands Knights needs 90 runs to win this one. And not really under pressure.
Due to the nature of the game that they've Eastern Cape Inyati only scored 149. After the 10th over, you don't really see too much of fielders outside of the ring. Most of the fielders are inside the ring. Only fielders that outside the ring, the two conventional ones, long off, apologies, there's third man fine leg and a deep square. The rest of the other guys, they still have a slip. The Khale turns that one off the hip to the leg side and he strolls for one. The only chance they have, if they want to give them a chance, is by taking wickets. So I don't think they will be spreading the field immediately after the power play. As you can see, the deep square for the Mare, who's the left-hander, comes into extra cover as Ntini comes in, just punches that one back to extra cover. More or less the same field for the left-hander. He just has a deep square, fine leg, and a third man. Everybody in the ring still has the slip in. Wants to give himself a chance of getting a wicket or two, just to destabilize the Flexbrands Knights in their chase.
Ruben Murray going after that one, missing. That's the one that got here, Luther, of Tandontini. That one, that's a bad wideish of the left-hander.
It's a difficult skill that he has, eh? Come around the wicket to the left-hander, be able to take the ball away, still coming around. Dini towards us. Clipped off the heel of the front foot. Van Zyl does the fielding third, fine leg, only a single.
Well, the Knights doesn't look as if they are anywhere in a hurry to finish this one. They're just taking singles. Run rate achieved 5.4 and run rate required 2.3. That one was slapped by the Khale. They're going to go for two. And those two to Isaac de Khale. Tandotini pitched that one short and Isaac de Khale was on it. Cut it over point for two. As I said, the Flexbrands Knights doesn't look not in a hurry to finish this one. That's the end of the 12th over. 63 for 2, the Flexbrands Knights. Ruben Murray on 2 and Isaac de Khale on 6. And it will be interesting to see if Nico Van Zyl is continuing. Yes, Nico Van Zyl will take one more over. One for 30 in 6 overs into his 7th over now. Nico Van Zyl to Ruben Murray. He's also coming around for the left-hander, Anthony. Nico Van Zyl.
Yeah, interestingly enough, he's very, very close with his back foot cutting on that return crease. Just needs to be very careful.
And very close also on the white ball.
Nico in to Mare. Outside off, he leaves that one, not interested in that one, which lands just outside off stump. Leaves him a little bit, just a tad, leaves him a little bit. Not interested, good length, lets it go. I think Nico is forced to go straight to his over number 7 because if they want to give themselves a chance of getting wickets, their strike bowler needs to continue and bowl a little bit more. There he goes, cuts him in half. That one didn't look like it just came up, just squatted a little bit. Just went over the stumps.
And it misses everything. Straight to the keeper, Nathan Rue, the captain of the Inyatis.
Bit of a tricky period for the Flexbrands Knights. 2 new batters in the crease. Couple of dot balls being bowled by Nico van Zyl, trying to create a little bit of pressure.
It's another dot ball. Talking of pressure, Anthony, I think the Eastern Cape Inyati, Nathan Rue's captain, would have given Nico extra over to see if he can get 1 or 2 wickets to put the Flexbrands Knights on their back foot.
Yeah, I think you can also see with the speed that Nico is bowling now, it just dropped a little bit. It's not as quick as he bowled the other 4 or 5 overs. Nico in to Ruben. That one, point full, he lets it go. Oh my God. What a mistake in judging the length and the line of the ball coming back in. He leaves that one, castles into his thumbs. Flexback Knights loses their 3rd wicket.
While Ruben Murray chooses the wrong ball to leave. That one came back sharply to hit his off stump as he left the ball.
Yeah, it's an error in judgment. As we watch it again, Nico in. Yeah, I think he just thought that one would leave him, but it just jet back, hit the top of off stump. Error in judgment by Ruben Murray. As the Flexbrands Knights loses their 3rd wicket.
Which brings Ruan Hasbrook onto the field now. He's been informed, Ruan Hasbrook, he's been one of the better batsmen for the Flexbrands Knights, who can take the game away from the Eastern Cape Inyatis. The Flexbrands Knights need 86 runs more win, 86 more runs to win. And Ruan Hasbrook joins Isaac de Khale in the middle. I think this is what Nathan Rue wanted from Nico van Zyl.
Exactly what the captain wanted. That's the reason why he asked him to take another extra over.
And it will be very interesting to see if Nico van Zyl is going to be back for another one. Anthony?
If he gets a wicket like this, it's very difficult for the captain to get the ball away from him. He'll keep bowling until he reaches 10 overs. And you could see during the change when the batter was coming after the wicket, Nico was out of steam. He was on his haunches as he was taking his drinks. Nico in, away from us. First one, playing a miss. Bit of an appeal from behind the stumps. The umpire not interested. You don't want to receive that kind of ball first up as a new batter. One that just shapes in, nips away First bowler, you don't want those. Good over there from Nicole.
No fit movement from Rowan Hasbrook there, Anthony. Just stood in his crease.
Yeah, like I said, you don't. It's that length and that line where you don't know if you should go forward or back. That's why he got stuck in the crease and the ball moving at the same time.
Tine back to Isaac Dikala from Country Club end. One to Dikala. After the wicket of Jacques Neyman, the Flexbrands Knights seems to have cooled down a bit in their chase, Anthony. They were at some point 6 runs and over, and they are now 4.9 and over.
Yes, that's the results of when you lose wickets. Causes the run rate to drop, and the guys are not in a position to really push on and try and score, but quickly. What happens is every new batter that comes to the crease wants to play himself in.
Yes, that's for sure. As we see now, Isaac Dikale taking ones of Tandontin is over.
With the ball coming in, angling in from Tandontin, with the ball's ending up on fine leg, tells you that the ball is just really coming in with the angle. Not sure if he has the skill, capability to take one away from that good length, because of the guys are coming into off stump and playing it onto the leg side. Tando coming in to Ruben Hasbrook. He defends that one to mid wicket. Where Michael Copeland is patrolling that area. He's done a great job just making sure that the Flexbrands Knights don't get runs in that area. Tando to ball to Rowan Hasbrook. That one he bowls it a little bit fuller. Driven back to Morov. No run.
Well, the Flexbrands Knights will fancy their chances here, as they need 83 more runs to win with 7 wickets in hand, Anthony. And they wouldn't want to rush things and lose wickets along the way. They would love to go and get it at a reasonable pace.
Tando coming in. Hasbrook defiance. The Khale was interested in that single. Hasbrook not so interested in it. Yeah, I think the guys are saying maybe looking. Let's have a look at our spinners, at their spinners. At the moment, they're bowling seam. Maybe take it as deep as possible. There's no need to rush. There's no need for the Flexbrands Knights to really try and push and score or get to the total with a run rate of 6-7 runs.
Nico Fansel to continue from the commentary box and into his 8th over to Isaac Dikale. It will be very interesting what's happening in this over for the Flexbrands Knights. and the Eastern Cape Inyatis. Well, the ball doesn't seem to come up as it comes up for the left-hander, Anthony. If you look at how Nico van Zyl bowling over the wicket, is different from bowling around the wicket.
Yeah, we had a chat earlier on of the mic that this is the third game more or less in a row that they're playing on the fourth wicket. So this wicket, as we watch Nico go into Kale, who cuts straight pass backward point, collects 4 runs. It's been a while and we've not seen any boundaries since the departure of Snyman. I think this was the first boundary after Flexbrands Knights lost Snyman. This is sort of like the first boundary that they scored.
Yes, that's how Isaac is playing. He will look to get boundaries where possible, but most of his runs will be run, the runs that he ran between the wickets, very quick between the wickets, and today he has relaxed so much in that area. He's playing very well, Isaac Dikhale. We've seen him also in the 4-day matches scoring another 100 there. He has raised his hand very well, Anthony, to the Flexbrands Knights to say, I'll go to the Division 1 with you guys if he keeps scoring like this.
Yeah, you heard the commentators earlier on speaking about those contracts and who you're going to take, who you're going to leave. Interesting times for players in the union there. As Nico goes away from us, to Khale. Oh, good length, just outside off stump, leaving him. Good decision there by the Khale to let that one go. I think Nico has shown that he is actually strong and fit. He's into his 8th over on the trot and he's maintained that pace. I think that's exactly what the captain wants. Somebody that, when required or asked to go an extra mile, a yard for the team, you look to Nico as he goes away from us.
That's another leave by the Khale. Well, one question that one needs to ask is that when Nico van Zyl finishes to bowl this side, who would be the bowler that Nathan Drew will look up to say, continue what that Nico did?
I think he'll definitely look at Alindile Mkhetjwa. If not, then he'll go to Malefe, who's a spinner. It's between those two, if I were the captain. Nico into the Khale. That one, nice and straight. The Khale defends. Ball ends up mid-wicket, brings an end to over number 8 for Nico van Zyl. Score is at 70 for 3. Flexbrands Knights are 70 for 3 in 15 overs. The runs seems to have dried out a little bit since that earlier rush of runs when Jacques Snyman was at the crease and Jan Kluter. Thando and T need to continue from the country club's end as he runs towards us to Hasbrook. Bit of a appeal there. Umpire not interested, signaling that the ball just clipped the thigh pad. Thando was very interested in that.
Well, at this stage, you appeal for anything that sounds like a ball has touched something.
Back in Thando. That one full and wide, and ball doesn't just come up. Actually, who's the keeper, collects that ball ankle height. That should be worrisome for the Knights if the ball doesn't really get up. Imagine that length, just a touch straighter onto the stumps and the ball doesn't come up.
That's why they need to know where they're off stump all the time, Anthony.
Yeah.
The Flexbrands are really, really taking their time here. See Alindile Mkhetwa warming up on the other side. That's full stop by Rytman.
If you were to do a comparison between how the Eastern Cape Inyati batted at the same time, the Flexiband Knights are actually doing exactly the same what they did. They stopped scoring, they're not rotating the strike. There's a lot of dot balls in the middle overs as Tando comes towards us. He left to bowl that one over again. As I was saying earlier on, if you do a comparison, the Inyati started exactly the same. They started scoring runs and they went quiet after the power play and found themselves wanting by losing 6 or 7 wickets in that period. And now you see the Flexiband Knights also more or less in that mode of let's wait and let's see, look at the other bowlers.
Yes, Anthony, Flexbrands, it seems like they are just waiting for the other bowlers to come on to bowl. Correctly say, the Eastern Cape Inyati was more or less in the same situation in their innings. And the minute they wanted to step up their game, that's when they lost wickets at the quick succession.
Yeah, if you look at where the Inyati was batting at drinks, which is 16 overs, they were 73 for 2.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot by Ruan Hasbrook for 4 through the covers of Ntini's last ball. Bowled beautiful, Ntini, the first 4 balls, and that one just bowling it a bit fuller. Hasbrook was on top of it for 4 through the covers. And that takes us to drinks at 75 for 3 after 16 overs. We'll be back after drinks in Kimberley over. Yes, we are back at Kimberley Oval, and there's a change of bowling from the Eastern Cape. Inyati Alindile Mhletwa will take charge from Nico Fansey from the commentary box end, and he'll bowl to Isaac Dikhale. Very interesting period, Anthony, to see what happens between the two teams. Because correctly, as you said, they were more or less on the same stage between the two teams. The Nyatis were 73 for 2, and the Knights were 75 for 3. And that's 2 runs to Isaac Dikhale, first ball of Alindile Mhletwa.
Yeah, interesting times. The winner of this game will definitely be coming off this period. If you look at how the Inyati batted after drinks, that's when they started losing wickets. And that's when Dane Pate started tightening up the screws and at the same time taking wickets. So whoever comes out of this a little better than the other team will be the winner at the end of the day.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with you, Anthony. Whereby Alindile Mhletwa will also wants to put the pressure on the Knights and pick up when Nico Fansey left, which is going to be a bit of a mountain to climb.
That one, Alindile Mhletwa bowling dead straight full to Isaac Dikhale, who manages to dig it out. No one wants to give an inch now. Nobody wants to lose a wicket. The Nyatis want the wicket. The Knights, want to make sure that they maintain this period and look after this period. Make sure they don't lose too many wickets in this period. But at the same time, I feel they need to continue looking to score runs. It's good for you to try and look after the situation, but if you don't score runs, not moving the game forward, it's when you dig yourself into a hole. And the funny things have happened in cricket. Mhletwa away from us. That one is wide. Dikhale leaves that one alone. Goes to the captain keeper, Roo, who cleans up at the back.
Well, Alindile is sticking to that line of stump, just outside of stump. It's a good ball, Alindile Mhletwa. That's the over.
I'm not sure if this wicket is playing tricks on me or what is happening. As mentioned earlier on, we're playing on wicket number 4, if you count from left, where we're sitting from left to right. Wicket number 4, that's strip number 4. They've played all 3 of the previous games on that wicket. Now all of a sudden, after drawing that wicket, the wicket just looks like it's flattened out. Balls are not coming up. I'm not sure if it's the wicket that shows that too much cricket has been played on it lately.
Tandwentini to continue from the country club end on his 6th over.
But of a waft outside off, stifled appeal from Tini and Roo, but the umpire not interested. Not sure if there was a little noise there, because only the bowler and the keeper were interested, and the umpire definitely not. Ntini towards us. Bowls that one short and wide. Cuts it. Sort of like third man, wideish third man. Fielding is done. Roo cleans up. Only a single. Don't want to be giving bowling too wide. Want to continue bowling dead straight. Dry the runs out. Hoping that one just stays low. Hits the pads. Get another wicket. And hopefully that starts the rot.
Yes, that's always the problem with the low score.
Tando come towards us. Bowls. That one he bowls it too wide. Have to bowl it again. Umpire Claassen signaling a wide.
I think Tando Ntini now is starting to try a whole lot of things to get a wicket, which we would say normally is not a good thing to do with the score that the Inyatis had put on for the Knights. Isaac Dikale taking two there. Cutting that one past the second slip, I would say. And Christian du Toit doing the job at the third man to cut that to only 2 runs for the Khale.
If I were to be in Tini, I would immediately rectify my lines, because that line that he bowled the past 3 balls is not going to win them the game.
It's another dot
Hello.
ball.
Finding yourself? Yes, you can. Okay, but I've sent all the links on the groups, but I'll send
Tando Ntini to Isaac Dikale last ball. Not this over. Again, short, wide. Cut it to third man. Dikale 1. And 1 more ball to go in this over. And as I said before, Ntini now is trying a whole lot of things. That's the last ball in a dot ball. 82 for 3. The Knights after 18 overs. This partnership is now 19 runs between Isaac Dikale and Ruan Hasbrook.
Part of a meeting in the middle of the pitch there, Captain Chet Claassen. Not sure what was said, or maybe just planning as to how we're going to get the next wicket. Maybe thinking Tando has had enough. Because I see Claassen warming up. Maybe Claassen will to come back from the country club's end. Tertois going away from us. That one is full driven. Well fielded by the bowler there.
Kale looking very relaxed. It's a leg by for the Flexbrands Knights. Well, the Khale is very quick between the wickets, Anthony. Any misfield, he would put a fielder under pressure to take a one, and that's what he just did now.
Yeah, I think Hasbrook needs to realize that, because if he went for the single and he stopped and he went again. So he just needs to trust his partner when he calls. Ntetwa away from us to the Khale. That one is short, well played. Just dropping his hands and letting it go past, where Rude cleans up at the back. I think this is the kind of wicket where if you put your back into it, you get rewarded. If you just come in and toss it over there, you get punished when there's nothing on the ball. You can see when Mfletchwa puts his back into it, gets a lot of bounce as he goes away from us. That one just defended to sort of like a backward point where Molefe does the fielding and no runs taken. I think the wicket is reacting this way is simply based on the amount of rain that we've had in the past couple of days. We've had a lot of rain. Come back to that, and Mkletchwa going away from us. Bowls that one nice and full. That one is defended by the Khale. Brings an end to the over. Over number 19. Flexbrands Knights sitting at 84 for 3 in the 19th over. Currently going at a run rate of 4.4. A run rate required is 2.1. Maybe that's the reason why they're not really perturbed about the run rate, because they're far ahead of the run rate.
Yes, you wouldn't want to lose any more wickets from this stage, because now this is a crucial stage where you need to just get another 40 or 50 runs to take you near the target that you want to get. 65 now to win for the Flexbrands Knights.
Change of bowler from the country club's end. Chad Clausen comes back to bowl his 4th over. That one is clipped off the hip by Hasbrook. Strolls for 1. The Inyati desperately looking for a wicket here, just to put a little bit of a panic into the Flexbrands Knights dressing room. As Chad comes towards us, to the Khale, who edges thick outside edge to 3rd man. Vian does the fielding, he cleans up. Only a single taken. The Flexbrands Knights would really like this partnership now to develop nicely. Partnership is sitting at 23 runs. They would really like this partnership to move and grow to 50 plus. There's a delay in play. I'm not sure why, but I just saw Ruan a signal that the side screen must be moved a little bit over. It is really...
Well, it seems like Chad Clausen is coming out of the side of the side screen. So one would think that Ruan doesn't really get to see him.
Cricket players are very funny. very funny. Chad has been bowling, and we in the 20th over, and now he realized that the side screen is not in place.
Yes, we've been through that before, haven't we?
Yeah, maybe it's just a tactic to upset his bowling rhythm, you know, because bowlers, once they get into a rhythm, they become very difficult to play. So maybe it's just a tactic just to slow the game down. you know. The modern players, they think outside of the box. So there's a lot of things that they think of. That's what they call them, the modern players.
It's very
So
interesting.
it's just a break in rhythm, I think, because, I mean, Chad has already bowled this, he's into his 4th over.
Bowling with the same side screen.
Same side screen. It's just that Ruan just decides now, as he comes in to Ruan, defends on the back foot to the leg side, nothing happens. As I was saying earlier on, cricketers are very funny, very finicky, small little things. They would like to stay in detail. Chad comes towards us. That one is driven straight where Nico does the fielding at mid-on. No single. Going back to what I was saying, cricketers are very funny. They're very finicky. Anything that's slightly different, they feel it's not right. They'll stop the bowler from bowling, and the batter would stop and walk away from his stumps. Chad coming towards us. That one outside edge where Molefe does the fielding. Not quick enough to avoid the single being taken. As mentioned, Sibs, the Kale is very quick between the wickets. And at that moment, he was running from the non-striker to the striker's end.
Yes, he's got this eye for singers, and his backing up is very, very good. You would see, even if when he spotted there's a 2-run somewhere, you would see by him running the first run very quickly to turn for the second one, even if he's at the non-striker end. That's the end of the 20th over. Change of commentary coming in as okay.
Cricket remains a funny game. 87 for 3, the Knights after 20 overs. They rushed to 50. Ever since then, it's been the Eastern Cape Inyati with a fight back led by an inspiring spell from Nico van Zyl from the commentary box. And he bowled 8 overs on the trot. Picked up 2 for Thando Ntini, picking up the 3rd. Alandile Msechwa conceded only 3s, bowled 2 overs. Very watchful, Ruan Haasbroek and Isaac Dichale. That after Ruben Maria left one alone that rattled the timber from Nico van Zyl, a wonderful over. He bowled from around the wickets to Maria. Joined again by Eugene Jacobs. We thought we might not have another session the way Jock Snyman was going early on.
Oh, for sure, but I must say there's quite a lot of banter still amongst the Inyati players, so they feel they most probably not out of it yet.
Another wicket here will mean the Flexbrands Knights will require 60 odd with 6 wickets in hand. So this partnership between Dichale, who's looked solid, and Haasbroek, who's joined him, he's faced 20 deliveries, got himself to 9. Very, very important indeed. Attacking the stumps, there's been a little bit of variable bounce on the last 30 to 45 minutes. It's a hot and humid day in Kimberley. Where does the rain come from in Kimberley, Eugene?
Normally comes from over the players' enclosure, and there seems to be a bit of cloud build-up, but was probably still too far for any rain conversations.
Fine from Ruan Haasbroek. It's going to be a boundary. and a much needed one for the Flexbrands Knights. They creep into the 90s.
I'm not sure about the tactic because a little earlier on there was a discussion around how the Eastern Cape and Inyati were batting themselves into a corner, and I'm not sure if this tactic of the Knights is also not leading them to unnecessary pressure, where you could start trying to rotate the strike even if the boundaries don't come.
Good nut. Straightening off the wicket from Alandile Mhletrwa.
Yeah, he beat Hansbroek hands down.
Yeah, I missed that one by a country mile, did Ruan Hosbrook. Played the line. Left him. No harm done. He's on 13. 58 required by the Flexbrands Knights for the Division 2 treble. Attacking the stumps is Alandile Mhletrwa. He's conceded 7. He's got 1 delivery remaining. No, in fact, it's the end of his over. So he's conceded 7 and 3 overs. He's bowling really nicely. Iinyathi, one of the Flexbrands Knights openers that lost his wicket already. Is he going to be part of a treble winning side? Man, yeah, from Kimberley. He'll have a lot of friends around.
Yeah, that's his dad standing there with him. And got quite a few friends around, and there's quite a few of him in the stadium at the moment. And very popular young man in this neck of the woods.
I would have loved to see Iinyathi take his side home here today, not to be. Klaasen to continue. Bit of extra bounce. Khale being wrapped on the gloves. Spending the night here in Kimberley, the Flexbrands Knights. I'm sure they'll find some entertainment should they win the treble here. Klaasen, he's been much better in his second spell. Was untidy in the first. Inside edge, late movement for Klaasen. Mhletrwa tidies up. Just sense if the Knights can just get a couple of boundaries away in the next few overs, the spirits of the Eastern Cape and Inyati might be dampened. Still very vocal as they need to be. They're in this fight. Osbrook facing up to Chad Klaasen. Steers it out to third man for a single. Eugene, who's the cricketing powerhouse in Kimberley these days at schoolboy level? Is it CBC? Is it Diamantveld? Who's top of the pile?
Yeah, at the moment it's Diamantveld. It's really worked hard on the cricket. You'd obviously know a couple of years back, Northern Cape High was absolutely dominant, and it's strange how it changes if there's a change in manpower or resources. But Diamantveld has done very well. There's a lot of work being done at CBC as well. Roy Adams is doing some good work there. And so it's possibly between those two schools at the moment.
Khale having a little fish way outside the off stump. not advised.
It's again at that awkward length, and it's a little bit of more bounce. And it would be wise of him rather just to leave it instead of trying to hang his bat out there.
Coming back to the Khale, leaves it alone outside the off stump. Couple of really talented youngsters in the Kimberley cricket system at this stage. Youngster Faizan Kaji, I believe he's at CBC right now.
Right now, yeah, he's at CBC. Yeah, very talented youngster. He was involved in the Cub setup and now with the SA under 19 talent camp as well.
Technically a very solid player. Faizan Kaji bowls good medium paces as well. Be a leg by, added to the total. Creeping along the Knights. They move to 94 for 3 after 22 overs. Early on, Eastern Cape Inyati, 148 all out. Seth Vleedemouse wearing the bib there to the far left of your screen. He's the designated 12th man today. Pat Botha also in that front row. Very experienced campaigner. Man who's been a great servant of the Flexbrands Knights over the years. They still look fairly relaxed.
Yeah, very relaxed dugout there.
Gaudu Molefe into the attack. The first time we see spin brought into the attack by the Eastern Cape Inyati. Worth a try. We've seen some indifferent bounce over the last 7 or 8 overs. Good to see a few spectators in. I'm telling you what, I don't think that rain's going to reach us in time to play a role. I'll get back to that in a second. Good start by Molefe. What I'm more worried about is the drive back to Bloemfontein.
It might be affected by rain. That might be
affected by rain. Too short by Molefe. Cut away. The Khale has a greased lightning between the wickets. He slides against a second. Horsbrook facing up to spin for the first time. He's had a very good season with the Flexbrand Knights, Rowan Horsbrook. Was a very good university cricketer for the Northwest University. Played for the Dragons as well. Finds himself in Bloemfontein these days. It's nice from Molefe. Eugene, I don't know about you, but I'm still making my mind up on this wicket. It's a strange one. Both sides got off to flying starts against the new ball, but I'd love to have a chat with the batters afterwards.
No, very true, very true. It just seems as if a die down in the middle overs.
I think the word for me that comes to mind is two-paced. You know, there's some balls with good bounce and good carry, and then in the same over you'll get one that just squats ever so slightly. And overall, the run rate's not been past 4 to the over a lot today, except against the rock-hard new Kookaburras.
100%, you're 100% right. In my chat, while Ruan was fielding down at third man earlier on, he actually felt the wicket was a bit slower than normal, and he wasn't 100% sure, if it would quicken up, but it doesn't seem like it did.
Yeah, and a day in the heat can take a wicket sort of two ways. Klaasen. That's good. Fielding off his own bowling. Very, very good from Klaasen. I say it can take a wicket two ways because sometimes you can rock up to a venue and because of rain or because of excessive moisture, the wicket can be a bit damp, causing it to be slow. There's a hint of a question about obstruction. He was just trying to make his ground, which then does not constitute construction.
Yeah.
Or obstruction, rather. The other one is, if the wicket was dry to start with, another baking day in the sun might even slow it down further. I just think it's not an easy scoring wicket. Saw Rytman play with great freedom at the start of his innings, but he also got rain back in. Jacques Snyman probably played with the most aggression out of all the players today. Inside edge. Go through for a quick single.
No, it's definitely not been an easier wicket, and I can't actually put my finger on it. I'm not 100% sure if this was the same wicket that the Inyati game was played on against the Northern Cape Heat, or are they right next door? But there is definitely a bit of tiredness about the wicket today.
I think that's describing it really aptly. A little bit of tiredness. It is an end of a season fixture. Getting towards the end of March. Klaasen to Haasbroek. Plays it very late. Just around Haasbroek, which doesn't hurt at all. .53 required. Plenty of time. Solid. By bowler and by batter alike. Umpire Karen classed it. Having a look that with the field changes, everything's still according to the laws and the rules of the game. He scores a lot of his runs down to third man, does Rowan Haasbroek, because of how late he plays it.
Yeah, it's just because of that lateness that he plays that ball.
Klaasen's come back nicely after being expensive in those first 2 overs. He's none for 30 after 6.
Yeah, his second spell has been much better, much more control. You're not also sure about the intent of the batters, if that made it a bit easier for him to just settle in.
Nice and relaxed on a Sunday afternoon. Flexbrands night management. Zander Snyder's then picture the president. It looks like the big boss, Mr. Johan van Heerden, right next to him. what a proud day it'll be for them if the Flexbrands Knights can get over the line and win that Division 2 treble. Div 1 cricket for them next year, for the next 2 years after the change from CSA and the promotion relegation battles. The Tuskers will move down to Division 2 with the Flexbrand Knights up to Division 1. Out! Gone! Call it short extra. A very straight short extra. And Isaac Dukhale's vigil comes to an end.
That short extra cover was just moved in there just prior to that ball, and Dukhale has a full go at it and gets caught at short extra cover.
Plan works down to a T for Khaudi Malefe and Captain Nathan Ruiz. Well taken as well. Was that Mhletra? Who was in it? Short extra cover there. We'll see as they return to their positions. The Khale caught of the bowling of Malefe for 21. He faced 51 deliveries. The Knights require a further 51 for victory. I've got 6 wickets in hand. Cole Abrams, it is, who comes into bat at number 6. He'll join Ruan Haasbroek. We said it with a partnership before. All of a sudden, this is very, very crucial for both sides. Malefe is quite different to Mbonge Mhlanga, who was bowling left-arm orthodox for the Knights early on. Malefe a lot slower through the air. Will look to get some turn away from the right-handers. Abrams, can he get himself away early on? Just release a bit of this pressure building on the Knights. Turns it out into the leg side, square of the wicket or just in front of that. Gets himself off the mark, first delivery. How does Ruan Haasbroek play it from here, Eugene? Same old, same old?
I'm just sitting and wondering whether the Dukhale innings wasn't perhaps just a little bit too slow. And hopefully between Cole and Haasbroek, they will realize that they need to just pick it up a little bit, just to take the pressure off them. And they don't have to play big shots. It's just shots like that. Make sure you get rotating the strikes. Put the bad ball away, yes. But there's no need But I think the fact that you literally slow down the run rate, it actually puts your team under pressure. And that's no criticism to Dukhale, because that's how he bats. He'll run you ragged, but today he just couldn't rotate the strike.
Tall Abrams gets his hands through the ball and a single out to the sweeper. That's the 100 up for the Flexbrands Knights. It is in the 25th over. 1 ball remaining in that.
I was going to tell you a little earlier on, once they get to the 100, most probably one of the little back breakers for the Inyati, and then perhaps the game will speed up from there. But Cole Abrams, being this elegant right-hander, he might just set Ruan Haasbroek's innings up for him.
Defend it. It's 101, in fact. It was on the 25th over the 100, but it was off the 4th delivery, or the 3rd delivery rather. In the end of the over, after 25 overs. The Flexbrands Knights, 101 for the loss of 4. They require another 48 for a victory and a clean sweep of trophies in Division 2 cricket in South Africa. Already the T20 champions as well as the 4-day competition champions.
Yeah, they were the dominant force in the Div 2 competition for Cricket South Africa.
Yeah, the big thing for them is they finished top of the log in all 3 competitions, and that's where you get your points in the competition, in that battle for promotion. So a full bag of points during the season. Well, the Tuskers eventually decide to move down out of Division 1. There was a few contenders throughout the season. Titans at a stage were in trouble. Driven straight at cover.
Yeah, the Titans was up there. Northwest Dragons was in that position. At one stage there was even a discussion around the Dolphins.
Twenty-sixth over. Klaasen to Abrams. Outside edge, past first slip. It's only going to be a single. Osbrook 17 of 36, Abrams 3 of 4. Solid. And behind it, Rowan Osbrook. You know everyone in Kimberley.
Yeah, that's the parents of Riza Hendricks. His sister, Shari Hendricks, sitting in front. She's the physio of the Knights, also had a stint as the physio of Northern Cape Cricket. And then the baby sister, Shay, who's a teacher at CBC. Just had a conversation with Riza this morning. Got picked up for the PSL now. And so I was a bit concerned because they have to play the final next week on Sunday for the Lions. So he said, no, he'll definitely complete the competition before he slips over to Pakistan.
Great servant of the game in South Africa, Riza Hendricks. Continue.
Yeah, that's the Jacobs family show, and Jacobs, the stadium manager. It's his birthday today, and his family's now joined him for the game today. Because obviously
it's crashed through the covers. We'll get back to the Jacobs family after this. Very important boundary and well played.
Well played, Rowan Asbrook. Great cover drive and smacked into the boundary for a lovely 4 from the elegant right-hander. Yeah, so Sherwin Jacobs wasn't going to have a game here today. And as you said a little earlier, the final with the twist, and all of a sudden he had to pull all his birthday plans around the game. And at the same time, I don't know if you've seen all the construction work on the side there, because they also have a big festival here over the Easter weekend, which is massive in Kimberley, the Diamonds and Dorings Festival. And so that they also have to start. They were also going to start it today. But obviously a little bit of negotiation to ask them if they couldn't just postpone it till tomorrow, just to allow the game to be played today.
Your nephew?
My nephew. Yeah,
you could have started with that.
Yeah, I try not to, because he already carries a burden because he's my nephew. So yeah, my sister's son, and but does a good job. Safe to say, very committed young man.
Kimberley Oval. hosting a final once more. It's time for their neighbours, the Flexbrands Knights. 106 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, it was very important, I think, for Northern Cape Cricket to be able to do that for their neighbours, and also with the relationship between the two unions and all of that. So it was great. The effort that they put in was great, and I was here yesterday, and the amount of work that was going in, it was encouraging to see, that even though it's not your own team playing, but still the effort is there, and the guys were here, and so that's great.
Wonderful to hear. Glorious shot by Cole Abrams. Coming back for the second. It's a long throw. It's good running. A little bit of momentum and the sails of the Flexbrands Knights. Very miserly, Kgaudi Molefe. He's conceded 7 of 2.3 overs. He's picked up a wicket as well. That of Isaac Dikhale. The outside half of the back. Squirts out to backward point. Drags his length back ever so slightly, well bowled.
Yeah, very good left arm spin, and very controlled, and every ball you can see is measured how he's going to bowl the ball.
Looking at the current state of affairs, Eugene, this might very well be our last session in commentary for today. Last session in commentary for the season, I suppose.
Definitely for the season for me. You might still be called upon to do a game or two.
27 overs gone. They're going at almost exactly 4 runs to the over. They're 109 for 4, the Flexbrands Knights. They don't need to go at any more than that. The Hendricks family, as Eugene so nicely explained earlier. Whispering sweet nothings.
Looking also very relaxed under the gazebo there.
Eugene, it's your job to tell us when we get worried about the cloud cover. It's racing in all honesty. 10 minutes ago it was nowhere close. Now the first clouds are sort of appearing over the stadium or over the Kimberley Oval.
Yeah, I must say that it has come in quite fast now, but I still think the game will be okay, but I'm not sure about your travel to Bloem. I'm not putting on money on that one, Spoot,
Yeah,
but
right.
because it's moving in very, very fast now.
Yeah, and just in the back of their minds, JP Trichot and Rowan Derksen, as well as Tumelo Bodibe, who's the coach of the Eastern Cape Inyati. Trichot and Derksen, the coaches of the Flexbrands Knights. We'll get back to that shortly. I'll have a little piece of paper in the pocket called the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern Calculations, DLS, or in short, the Duckworth Lewis. Everybody forgets about Mr. Stern.
No, for sure. And he played an important part. And then, yeah, they will definitely have it. They will have that discussions. And I'm sure that especially Coach JP will be sending out copious of messages to the field. You do know that Tumelo Bodibe also spent a good couple of years down in this neck of the woods.
I do know that you, Mr. Jacobs, and if we spend another 2 days here in commentary, by that time every cricket player in South Africa would have been here. But it's so great to hear your passion for the province and Kimberley and its boys and how they've progressed. It has been a breeding ground of South African cricket. Reda.
Yeah, you see, when you come from here, you don't want to be the forgotten province.
100%.
So we always remind people, and we will have those names on our fingertips because we have to keep it there. Because obviously that's also an inspiration for the next generation.
I think that's so important that you mentioned that. It has to be an inspiration. It's Kimberley, much like Bloemfontein, Mhletshwa to Abrams. I think Bloemfontein and its cricket community feels the same way. That in some cases it's the forgotten provinces, the Free State and the Northern Cape. Without going into too much details, I read a tweet from somebody pretty influential in cricket. I'll get to that now. When those whispers and probably started as rumours or jokes even about the Royal Challengers Bloemfontein came about, it was hopefully also tongue-in-cheek mentioned that the day that the Free State starts producing international cricketers, it'll be a good idea to give them a franchise. But these two provinces, the Free State and the Northern Cape, has produced their fair share, believe you me, of cricketers on the international stage.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I also understand, sometimes guys put up their little tweets without even considering the impact of what they're saying, because I mean, in the earlier years, Free State was also one province that was also downcast, and they themselves went to go and sit and reconsider and restructure and literally changed the face of South African cricket, and people need to know that,
Central South Africa, proud in their cricket heritage and history. Today visiting the Northern Cape, but playing the Free State side, the Flexbrands Knights. It is the Eastern Cape Inyati, who in their turn has produced many a fine player as well. Nico van Zyl back into the attack. Spelled beautifully once again. The leading wicket taker in this competition. Is this the last throw of the dice for the Inyati? It's wide and Asbrook is angry at himself. Chances are Van Zyl won't get the movement now he got earlier. The ball is 14 overs old. Remember, 2 white balls, 1 from each side. So there might still be a bit in. But he won't get that prodigious movement.
No, he wouldn't get the movement, but as you could see there, he's still bending his back and getting a bit of bounce. And again, Haasbroek plays a shot that's totally out of character and very, very disgruntled with himself.
A little hint of a way shape. The thing when the ball gets older, Eugene, it all happens slightly slower. Batter just has that 3 or 4 split seconds more to pick the line, see which way it's moving. The ball he bowled, Ruben Murray, although it might have stayed down a touch, was an absolute jaffer. Came back appreciably from around the wicket after taking 2 away.
Now that was an absolute jaffer.
Slightly wide, yeah.
But again, you can see the class that he comes back with, and all of a sudden he's still charging in, and he's still having Haasbroek having a clear look at him, and he's now in his 9th over already.
2 for 34. Jacques Snyman took to him in one of his overs. Bowled and neatly played. 40 more required. 21 for Haasbroek, 6 for Cole Abrams. Runs around a third man. Not the first time we've seen that off the Haasbroek bat. Under 40 required for victory. 1 ball left in Van Zyl 9th over. It'll be interesting to see, does Roop bowl him out, or does he yank him off again and wish and hopes there's a wicket or two that falls that he can bring him back for one more magical over? Or is he going to rely on him to bowl out his 10th?
I think he's going to do exactly that.
That's very nicely played by Cole Abrams, well balanced. Every now and then right-handers will overbalance and fall over on that line. Plays it with a straight bat. It's Nelson for 4 after 29 overs. As mentioned, this might well be myself and Eugene's final over of commentary for the day, before our colleagues take over for another 10 overs. Surely, by the end of that 10 overs, the match is done. Whichever way it goes. 38 required.
I must say I would be very concerned if we have to come back for another stint.
It's also that time of the Sunday afternoon. Is that still the Saul Plaatje cricket team?
That's the Saul Plaatje University cricket team.
One of South Africa's newer universities in Kimberley.
Yeah,
Great facilities. Great facilities. And Mhletra. He initially bowled his first couple of overs from the commentary box end, did Mhletra.
There's a change of ends for him now, and still bustling in.
He's bowled 4 overs, he's conceded only 7.
He's been very, very tidy.
Good call, good early call from Ruan Haasbroek. Through for a leg by. Chasing 148, the Knights would be comfortably ahead currently on that DLS system. Only thing they need to watch is wickets in hand. You get penalised by runs every wicket you lose.
Yep, it definitely affects your Duckworth and Lewis, and so they definitely be keeping an eye on that as well.
Three balls remain, and Mhletra's 5th over. Haasbroek 22 on strike. Let's go. A wide one. A little chat between Haasbroek and Cole Abrams. Was that Haasbroek that called him, or Abrams that called Haasbroek? Because if it was Cole Abrams who called him, I think he might have said, Ruan, if it's there for you, hit it.
It was definitely a Cole Abrams call for the chat, and I got a funny feeling that was exactly that.
Haasbroek's natural instinct is to attack. He scores quickly. It's a good long ball as well. But he's technically solid enough to do exactly what he's doing now as well. And that's why he's been such a great addition to this Flexbrands night squad.
Very experienced and to the point. Spoot, you've got it spot on. He has been an absolute asset to the Knights.
He drives straight out to middle, fits another maiden over from Alandile Mhletra. He's now bowled 5 overs and conceded only 7 for our sins, Eugene. We're going to continue. There's, two old friends are probably having a stroll somewhere next to the Kimberley Oval, reminiscing of times gone by and losing track of time.
Yeah, they definitely did lose the track. Unless they thought they're not coming back for commentary.
Ntokozile Shezi made a couple of decisions today. Good decisions, all in all. Van Zyl to Abrams. Bumps it out into the covers.
Yeah, so Van Zyl will complete his complement of 10 overs now. And really it's been the last roll of the dice for the Inyati.
Now they need to get a wicket quickly if they want to be a factor any further. Takes the stumps on this occasion, does Nico van Zyl. Definitely with the ball being slightly older, he's less dangerous than he was in that opening spell. It was a prolonged opening spell of 8 overs. And I'll tell you what, at the time, and I know retrospect is a perfect science, but at the time, I sort of felt if you were going to bowl 8 and you had a drinks break to refresh quickly, bowl your 10. Bowl your 10. Well, he was bowling so beautifully. He was having the Knights under all sorts of pressure. And once again, retrospectively, Mr. Jacobs, if Fletcher and Claassen can be that tight in their second spells, if he nipped out another 1 or 2 in over 9 and 10, they could have come and really put the squeeze on the Knights.
Right now. And that's such a valid point, because the control had to be at up front and not in the end of the innings.
3 deliveries remain in his spell. Goes full, good single. Good single from Cole Abrams. Harsbrook, does he have intentions of breaking the shackles at a stage and having a go? Now around the call. Van Zyl with 1 more ball remaining in a very, very good bowling spell.
Yeah, you will be very happy with his workload today and really put in a good shift for his team. And he really nearly had his team in a very good position in his opening spell.
Just drifting ever so slightly too straight with his final ball of his 10 overs. But a fantastic effort by Nico van Zyl sees him picking up 2 for 37. And that CSA Division 2 One Day Cup final. The Flexbrands Knights require a further 36 for victory. They've got plenty of time to do so. And as the players go for a drinks break, it's time for me and Eugene Jacobs to vacate our seats, probably for the final time today.
Thank you very much, Put.
Welcome
Those
back.
could be dangerous. Don't.
Welcome back after drinks at Kimberley Oval. The Knights, Flexbrands Knights versus the Eastern Cape Inyatis. It will be interesting to see how the Knights are going to approach this session. Alindile Mhletwa will continue from the country club end. And that's a short one. Well, the clouds are building up again, and it will be very interesting how quickly it's going to rain in Kimberley.
Yes, it's very interesting. What would you do if you were the Inyati captain? I'm thinking those clouds looking very, very ominous there. If I were the captain, I would have just delayed the Flexbrands night celebrations. Just try and delay it as long as possible. And on the night side, if they know the weather like I do, they'll be on the bus as some Tetwa comes in. And when he bowls a bit full in the air, chipped over Maran's head, could be a boundary, failure dive at the boundary there, the umpire signaling for, hoping that the fielder didn't do any harm to himself as he dove forward, cluttered into the advertising boards. Cluttering into the advertising boards, hopefully nothing, no damage done to the fielder there.
Substitute fielder Matthew Fourie trying to cut that 4, only to go over with it.
The one Mtetwa just outside off stump.
I think Cole Abrahams decided to go that we're going to need to get 1 or 2 fours in 1 over to speed up the processes before the rain comes again.
Just off air earlier on, I was telling Spoot that in Kimberley, it's always the extreme. You never get anything in between. Extremely hot, extremely cold. And when it rains, it pours in Kimberley. Tetwa to cold, just outside of Stoney, that's that one go. I think Tetwa will continue with that line. And Cole, just trying to entice Cole, seeing that he wants to speed up, as you said, seems trying to speed up and get to the total, the target as quickly as possible. With the raining inside, as Mtetwa comes in towards us from the country club's end, into Cole. What was that one? Good length. Oh, Cole was interested in a single. And Hasbrook was definitely not interested in that. I also think that was not a single.
Well, that's the over. That's the 32nd over 117 for 4, the Flexbrands Knights. On Ruan Hasbrook on 22. Cole Abrahams on 12.
Don't want the rain to be catching us. That's what the Knights would be, Flexibrands Knights would be thinking.
Kaudi Simolefe coming back for his second spell. Beautiful first spell by Khaurisa Molefe, getting a wicket off Isaac Dikale. 1 for 8 in 3 overs.
Yeah, what happened earlier on, now that you're talking about that wicket, well, Khauri just, for that particular wicket, moved the mid wicket to sort of like an extra cover catching, and immediately he bowled and he got that particular wicket as he gets away from us to Hasbrook. Punched off to sort of a long off. Oh, tries with a single and pick up, misses the ball. Lets that one through, goes for a boundary. Don't think the skipper will be really impressed with him.
That's Christian Detroit giving 2 extra runs away there. Mistimed the ball and it went for 4 over his hand. Christian Detroit.
Don't think he knows the field, the outfield, this outfield as well as I know. The minute the ball gets outside of the ring. Oh, that one from Dukale, Molefe, Hasbrook plays rounded. Looking at the big gap at mid wicket. Ball clutters into his off stump, loses his wicket.
Well bowled, young man. Khaurisa Molefe gets another wicket of Ruan Hasbrook at 26, and this will be more interesting now to see how the Knights approach this session. As I said before, that turned.
See, don't know if you picked up, he really got over that front foot so he can get a lot of reps nice and high in his delivery stride as he delivers. So to get a lot of reps on the ball, maybe that's the reason why the ball turned that much. But that one really turned, ripped from sort of like middle and just out off stump, cluttered into the off stump as Hasbrook looked to play that one onto the leg side, missing it and the ball cluttering into his off stump, loses his wicket.
That's a fantastic wicket. Knights needing 28 runs with 5 more wickets, and that brings Tian van Vuren.
As you can see, nice and relaxed.
To the middle.
Nice and relaxed dressing room, but you can see the skipper in his warm-up vest, not even stressing that he would be needed to do the batting today. Nice and relaxed, trusting the players out there in the middle to do the job. Interesting, another 2 wickets here. The cat is among the pigeon in the Flexbrands Knights dressing room. That's what Eastern Cape Inyati will be hoping for.
That's well bowled, young man.
You see, that line forces him to sort of like look to that vacant mid-wicket sort of like area where there's a big gap between a straightish mid-wicket as Molefe goes away from us. That one pushes through, did not want that one to turn because he pushed that one a little bit quicker through the air. Punched through that straight mid-wicket I spoke about. No single taken. Goes away again from us. Molefe, Khauri Molefe. Nice and straight. Defended by Tian. Mentioned the clouds. You can see now the clouds just coming over the field here. A little bit of an adjustment to his field. Khauri Molefe drops his Moran to long off. You can hear the rumble of the clouds. Thunder. Another half a catch. The fielder does well to dive to his left as the ball just bounced in front of him. Just bounced short in front of him. Brings an end to a very interesting over of Khauri Molefe. The Knights are sitting, Flexiband Knights are sitting on 121 for 5 after 33 overs. As mentioned, Sibs, it's very interesting to see how the skipper is going to go about his bowling. Looks like Chet Clarkson will be the one continuing from, but it looks like
Ntando Ntini.
Ntini to come from the country club's end. Let's see what Tando will do in this over as he comes in towards us from the country club's end to Cole Abrams. That one slashed sort of like backward point where Nico van Zyl does the fielding. Batters managed to scramble for two very, very crucial and important runs in terms of the Flexbrands night.
Yes, Cole Abrams will be happy with that. And the cloud has covered the Kimberley Oval now. It will be very interesting to see what the umpires say after this over.
The Flexbrands Knights would definitely want to stay on the field. The ones that would want to be off the field at the moment would be the Eastern Cape Inyati. As Ntini comes towards us. Ball short. Oh!
And that's 4 runs.
That one just gets underneath the diving fielder at mid-wicket. As Cole Abrams pulls that one slightly in the air. All the fielders, Ntini hands on top of his head. Interesting to see how, that was not far from the diving fielder at mid-wicket. Sort of like a shot catching mid-wicket. As the Flexbrands Knights edge closer to the target.
Well, it seems like Cole Abrams has decided that he's going to go after these bowlers. Well, since they came back, he's been playing his shot comfortably. So far in this tennis over, is it gone for 6 runs?
You can hear the rumble in the background of the lightning and thunder. Umpires deciding to stay on the field. As Ntando comes in, balls dead straight. That one is punched by Cole, sort of like straight mid off. No runs taken.
Very interesting moment in this match against the Flexbrands Knights and the Eastern Cape Inyati.
Dundee to call, that one punch to cover, no run, brings the end to the over.
34th over, 34 overs gone, 127 for 5, the Flexbrands Knights.
For those that are not informed, this is the over where the skipper, the fielding team, will decide which ball to use for the last overs going forward. As you could see there, the Inyati decided on one of the balls that is used. From here on, they're only going to use the one ball. In the beginning, they will use 2 balls, 1 for each end. Once we reach over number 34, the fielding team has the opportunity of choosing which ball to use. Kgaudi Molefe to continue from the commentary and just making sure that his fielders are exactly where he wants them. Was very, very particular bowler.
Well, it seems he's got back that shot cover at catching.
As Kauri Molefe goes away from us to Tian. That one he gives a bit of air. Don't think that's what the captain wanted. Wanted it to bowl it a little bit quicker. But then when he gives a bit of air and Tian obliges, deposits that one over Moran's head where Nico is, hits it over his head for maximum 6. That looked like a 1 bounce 4. So it goes again, yes, better lines, but that one is nudged through to short third man. When Tandon T does the fielding, a better scamper for 1. As the Knights edges closer to the target, needing 17 runs at the moment.
Well, they decided that they're gonna go after the bowlers now, seeing that the rain is coming and is edging closer to the ground.
Molefe away from us.
That's a maximum.
Coming towards us, yeah, Cole Abrams opens up his shoulders. Hits Molefe over his head. Ball coming towards us on top of the roof where we're sitting for a big maximum. I think Cole Abrams has decided this is the over. Cannot wait longer.
Yes, it seems like the guys have decided that no, we're going to now take the game to the Eastern Cape Inyatis as we see the Lightnings. Just shining to our right side here. How do you come back from 4, 1 and a 6 in that manner? And all those 3 balls were good balls. They were not bad balls at all. Those were perfect balls.
I think that's purely comes from putting the bowler under pressure. I mean, the first 2 balls already conceded 5 runs. As Kauri goes away from us, Kauri Molefe it is, to Cole Abrams. That one he bowls a bit quicker, shorter. Cole just punches it back to the bowler. No runs.
As the Knights needs 11.
Kauri Molefe again away from us to Cole Abrams, who sweeps, misses. He will have to bowl that one over again as the umpire signals wide.
You don't want to bowl those now. You don't want to bowl those balls because of now you are at the edge of the defeat. I don't think the Knights wants to see themselves in the field in the next 3 overs.
Don't think Kauri wants the winning runs to be taken off. He's bowling also. So as he goes away from us, Cole Abrams advances, punches one past mid-wicket, where they thinking of a 2 and they decide against it. Let's settle for 1. You take the strike. That's what Theon is saying to Cole Abrams. You the aggressor, my brother. You take the strike.
Nice, now needing 9 runs. 35 overs gone for 5. 139 for 5. The Flexbrands Knights. Now they fancy their chances. With only 9 runs to go for them to win a treble in Kimberley. In the history of cricket South Africa, the first team to win all 3 trophies that they have, it will be the Knights.
Thunder to continue from the country club's end, coming towards us to Cole Abrams. And one he just punches back to Thunder. Can hear the crowd, little crowd that's gathered there, Support of Inyati, encouraging Tando.
Tando Ntini to call Abrahams. It's another dot ball. It will be one of those 1 or 2 overs left in this game to be able to say, as a batsman, do I take the bowler on now or do I wait for the next over? Considering the weather, the clouds up, the lightning. The Knights took off the foot off the pedal again, needing 9 runs.
I think Cole is just waiting for one to be pitched up a little bit because Tando is eating a good length, avoiding that Cole to get. That one he put short, pulled, great fielding at mid-wicket. Diving to his right. No runs taken. Score stays at 140 for 5 for the Flexbrands Knights. Busy with a 36 over. I think the umpires have decided that, listen, we cannot get off the field. Usually in this light, players are off the field. Tando coming in. And when he pitches full, fielder puts in very, very tired looking fielding. Lets the ball go past, signaled by umpire, 4 runs.
Well, the Flexbrands Knights fancy now that they would finish in the next over, 5 more runs needed. After that 4, the misfield done by Alindile Mthethwa to his left, missing that ball, and it went straight to 4-4. Cole Abrahams 25. 29. And the Flexbrands Knights 144 now for 5. 35.5 bowled now. Comes Ntini to Cole Abrahams. Punch it for 1. End of the 36 over, 146 for 5 in 36 overs. Pardon me, 145 for 5 in 36 overs. And Cole Abrahams decided that he's going to finish this game as quickly as he can. At some stage they looked as if they were going to cruise. But I think as the clouds started gathering and coming up, they decided, no, we got to finish this as soon as possible.
As Molefe goes away from us to Cole Abrahams, who opens his shoulder. Beautiful drive through the covers. Feel that he puts in a great effort on the boundary. Batters managing to cross for 3. I think the scores are level.
And Christian du Toit putting his body on the line to cut that 4, and the batsman running 3 runs. 1 more run or 2 more runs to the night.
Kauri Molefe deciding that all the fielders must come into the ring as he goes away from us. Going to Dion. Dion punches that one to mid-wicket as they cross. And there's the winning runs for the Flexbrands Knights.
Well played, young man. The Knights winning the 3rd cup in the CSA competitions. There is a treble for the Knights.
What an achievement for this team. Don't recall any team in South Africa in this division managing to achieve what the Flexbrands Knights has achieved this season. Great bunch of players. You can see the way they warm up, that guys are happy. They're allowed to do what they want. They're allowed to play they want. And that creates a very, very good environment in the dressing room and in the team. And you can actually see in the way they celebrate that they're a bunch of happy players.
The Flexbrands Knights won by 5 wickets. Great cricket display throughout the season, in the 4-day cup, in the 2020 cup, now today in the 51-day 50-over cup. The Flexbrands Knights came again as champions. Remember, as Spoot said earlier, they've already gained that promotion to the Division 1, and it has been one of the fantastic seasons for them. Flexbrands Knights. JP will be one of the happiest coaches, JP Trichat.
Yeah, he should be one of the happy coaches. He's surrounding himself with great bunch of players, young players, and a mixture of experience in Dean Pete, and Melusi Siboto.
Yes.
Should be a happy coach. Should be a happy coach at the end of the season. But great game displayed here at the Diamond Oval at the Kimberley Country Club between the Inyati, Eastern Cape Inyati, and the Flexbrands Knights. Knights coming out on top, winning the game with five wickets. As you can see, the players congratulating each other, thanking the umpires. Dean Pate getting 4 wickets here today. Happy captain, happy coach, happy team. Now it's time for him to go back, end of the season, go back, reflect. Guys go to England. Some of the guys will go to England, go play county cricket there and come back again in early September.
We'd like to thank everyone who's been our viewers, and we'll definitely see you again in Division 1 next year. Well done to the Flexbrands Knight, champions of the 1-day 50-over cup. It's goodbye from us in Kimberley Oval. Thank you very much. Have a great Sunday afternoon.